Welcome, everybody, to our budget workshop number 2 on July 22nd. Thank you all for being here, and thank you to those who are watching either live or later. We have a lot of work to accomplish today, so we're going to try to cover a lot of bases and ask all our questions. And just in advance, I want to thank my colleagues for all the studying and work I know that they've done in advance to look at this, because it is a lot of work. And I also want to thank the staff for the months and months and months of prep work to get to this point. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jennifer for opening remarks.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. This is budget workshop number 2. Just by way of history, as you recall, we had our strategic planning retreat. I think that was in March of this year, end of March of this year. And that was when you had a good look at the business plan. We touched upon our EPIC goals, made sure that we were all still aligned behind those EPIC goals, and talked about some of our projects, talked about some future projects that the City Commission and staff, the directors that were present, would like to see. And then we moved on to our budget workshop number 1, and that was on May 31st of this year. That was, again, an all-day meeting, and during the course of that meeting, all of you considered the business plan and the capital improvement projects as well and program. And so we are now at, as I said, workshop number 2, where we are looking at our baseline assumptions in all of our funds on a fund-by-fund basis. We're not going to talk about those projects, although you do have them on the dais in front of you. Given that we already spoke in depth about the projects, we're going to talk about the funds today, the revenues and expenditures, in particular within those funds. We're going to talk about the position requests for fiscal year 2023, and Teresa Smalling will come up and talk a little bit about that with contribution from Les, most likely. We're going to talk about revenue and expenditures, as I said, and projections for all of our funds. Mayor, would you like us to stop after every fund? Yeah, I'm going to, just for everybody's ease, so that we don't have to go back and cover something again after each piece that they cover, we're going to stop, take questions, and try to, if we can, give direction. There may need to be more information in other sections before we go back to give that final direction. I understand that, but I think it's just easier to address everything all at once, if that's okay with everybody. We will try to take a break every hour and a half just to get moving, you know. I know we'll have lunch. I don't know, did you have a specific time? No. Okay. Just when it arrives, and not before, because that might be difficult.
Took me a second.
You haven't been sitting here long enough to come up with that one.
Yeah, me too.
That's a 3 o'clock in the afternoon kind of statement. We do get a little punchy, you know, after being here. Of course, I don't see anybody from the public, but so until I do, I'm not going to ask for public feedback, but know that if public does come in, I will certainly, anybody that wants to get up and speak to any item, they can. Any questions on the procedure part?
No.
Okay.
As we move along, Mayor, we do have all of our department directors are here today. Mm-hmm. We also have some members of staff via Zoom, if we have questions for them. Before we get to the expenditures and revenues and all those sorts of things, we have a follow-up memo that was provided by the Finance Department, and that Les is going to go over, and that's follow-up from your budget workshop number 1. So with that, I'll hand it over to Les. Thank you.
Okay. Let's go over the follow-up.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner, Class Tyler, the Finance Director, and I believe actually Kim from the Budget Manager. As Jennifer mentioned, the first item is a follow-up memo. These are items that were discussed at the May 31st meeting, and we worked with the departments to put this memo together to try to answer the questions that came up at that meeting. And there's also one follow-up item that was discussed when we went through the line item budget for the commission, and that's the very last one. Would you like me to walk through these, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Please, just in case anybody has questions.
Okay. Okay, the first one is City Commission asked staff to move out funding for the Sindhu Rotary Stage project beyond 2028 in the general fund, and we've done that. In the proposed budget, the project's still in the budget, but it's moved out to 2029, beyond 2028 timeframe in the long-range plans. And the second item is City Commission asked for more information on the seawall at Weaver Park project. Staff plans to contract with an engineer to do an evaluation of the seawall. The estimated timeframe for this evaluation will be 6 to 9 months. Based on the results of that engineering study, staff will determine the estimated cost and options for the project.
Commissioner Franny has a question.
Yeah, I think, again, certainly one of my themes, and probably the commission in general, like, this was one that I think the thought was we might be able to push back to the next level of penny, so I take it this is what you decided we had to do to make sure it was viable till then.
Yeah, I think the thought was to do a study and determine what the options are, but I think that hopefully the goal will be that we can do it when Penny 5 arrives and not have to do it before 2029 timeframe.
Perfect. Thank you, Les.
And just real quick, and you don't have to answer this right now, but I seem to remember that was I thought it was part of our initial, I don't know, it's FERDAP or whatever it was. No? Okay. I just seen, let's just make sure that we, because at that time, we were talking about this seawall. So I could just be confusing, just having the discussion with what our requirements were, and I am quite sure that Parks and Rec is on top of it, but you don't have to answer it now, but just someone make sure that
So
there is some requirement that we were,
so you're asking if we've met the terms of the grant,
yeah.
just to be checked?
Yeah, and again, we don't have to go into it now. I just want to make sure that there wasn't something. I just seem to remember us having a long discussion, and then, of course, when we purchased the property, or got the grant for the property and all of that, it was right when the recession came. And so everything sort of went out, so.
Hey, Mayor, if I can?
Yes, sir.
Because I just can't remember the conversation and the details of it. But did we talk, or are we considering, instead of a seawall, a living shoreline? And what the cost difference or the benefits of that?
I think that right now we want to look at the condition of the seawall and
Right.
find out when it needs to be replaced. And then, that would be considered, if we can push it out to
One of
penny
the
5,
options.
then
Right.
at that point we would.
And I'm fine with that, as long as we don't lose that as one of the options. And I just didn't know the detail of what we were looking for here. So if it's just a condition of the seawall, that's good.
Anybody else?
Yes, please. So is there a requirement for us to do a study? I'm asking in relationship to, this would be, what would a study cost us, and what does it tell us? Are we asking the simple question of, do we need to replace the seawall? Or are we asking how much, or what?
I think we're looking for options. I'm gonna have Russell come up and talk briefly, but we're looking for options, and I think to find out what the options are, what they might cost. But let me let Russell add to that.
Good morning, Russell.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Russell Ferlita, Director of Utilities and City Engineer. The primary purpose is going to see the condition of the seawall, to see how much life we have left in it, what repairs, if any, can be made inexpensively. If it does need to be replaced, what the options are, and by all means, a living seawall or a living seashore would be part of that. So
What does something like that cost?
typically, we go about 20% of the cost of construction. We don't actually know what the cost of construction is going to be. We just had a rough estimate based on lineal feet of seawall that's there, assuming worst-case scenario. So best-case scenario, if it's just a study, it comes up, it's great, you only need to do minor repairs, it will be less than that. If it's a major restoration, any additional engineering costs that would go on top of that would obviously increase the cost of engineering. So if you're going to rip out the seawall and replace it with something different, that would be more money than just replacing a seawall, because it
Russell,
would
I
be more
think he's
engineering.
just asking the basic price of a study.
Yeah, the basic, I mean, we estimated based on 20% of construction that we believe could be the actual construction. So we think that's an accurate
And
estimate.
how much is that?
It's about 150,000, I
Yeah,
believe,
150.
which is in the budget.
So I asked that question in relationship to that cost of that, because that is a tremendous cost.
Yeah.
And for example, I know I've been around seawalls for quite a while, and I actually had a friend who had a company that did seawalls, et cetera. from the city standpoint, I know how we do that, but that's very expensive. Can't we call in a few people and ask them what they think we need to do with that seawall? And don't give you a free idea of what you need to do to the seawall.
We can get some estimates from some engineers. It's a little bit more difficult than that because depending if there's any undermining, you can't see that visually. You have to actually do some geotechnical and some survey work. So it's not as simple as a straightforward call out an estimate.
Well, you're belittling that, but some of those guys are experts in this stuff, and they really do know. That's how they make their living with seawalls. So it would seem to me like that's a huge sum of money. You're going to hear that from me quite a bit about consultants. I understand when we don't have the capacity to do it within house that you use somebody, but when we go to use somebody, oftentimes, from our experiences from a business perspective, we wouldn't do something like that. We would use the system to arrive at what direction we felt we need to go at first. I don't know whether we can do that as a city or not, but rather than doing a full-blown study, whatever that means, but that's a big sum of money, and that actually includes engineering.
It does include engineering. We have a GEC list, but our GECs, there may be one or two that specialize in seawalls. More than likely, we're going to do an RFQ, I'm sorry. And we're going to have to evaluate on a team based on qualifications, and then from there, we will negotiate a cost. We will scope this out in more detail, so have no fear, but we will try to do as an effective a job as we always try to do. I'm thinking it'll come in less, but I want to make sure we have the money there in case it's the worst case scenario.
John, can I tag on to that?
Please.
Yeah, I mean, actually, it's a great point, because I guess in my image, but again, like, I'm like somebody who just can take a quick look at it. I mean, I'm probably minimizing the importance of it, who basically says, yep, you're good for 10 years. I guess it's just not that simple, right?
It's not that simple.
But I mean, but it doesn't seem like it should be, it's the timing of how much, when do we spend that kind of money? So, because if we can put it off for the next, say, 8 years from now, like, it's hard to chomp down on $150,000 for the options of what we'd have to do to pay for it versus just a simple, like, hey, this is going to be fine. You got at least 8 years before you got to do a full-scale study.
So my plan on this is my plan for a lot of our studies is we phase it. So our first phase would be a preliminary evaluation, and part of those deliverables would be what do you expect we need to do in what timeframes. And if it does come back, we have 10 years, we'll just pay for the first phase, and we'll shelf the project, and we'll say 5 more years from now, we'll come back to this. If it comes back, this is an emergency, and it's a miracle it hasn't failed yet, then it's a different conversation.
And Russell, so the first phase, what kind of cost is that?
Those costs are usually much less. It won't be $150,000.
Like
My guesstimate would
$20,000?
probably be somewhere in the $20,000 to $30,000 ballpark. It really depends on how much geotech that they require as well.
Because that's what I was looking at, and I appreciate you bringing it up, John, because, that's kind of what my thought process was too. Like, not do if we can wait and save that money for later, that'd be great. If not, it is what it is if we can't.
Yeah, we absolutely will. We phase all of our study projects, including when we do the evaluation of the city hall, we phase that as well. And the reason is just like you said, if it turns out phase 1 is all we need to do, then we don't need to spend the money on the additional phases.
Right, we'd wait, yeah.
So I also
Thank
bring,
you.
thank you. No, I also bring up the point because if I have friends that that have seawalls, and obviously they live with a seawall, and they have to make decisions about their seawalls, and some of them are kind of long, and some aren't, but some are, and they have to make those decisions on time. I mean, they're looking at their seawalls. They don't want their seawall to fail, and they also want to make sure that they're doing the most economic plan for what they want to do with their seawall, unless they want to spend a lot of money but on a seawall, but who really wants to? So it would seem to me that you can certainly get some preliminary information about the seawall, if that's what we want to put there. I know a long time ago, about the time we were looking at, when we were working on purchasing that property, and shortly after that, one of the questions came up, and I even know it came up at the Waterfront Task Force. What do we do with that area? Are we leaving it natural, or do we have to plan to put a seawall, or are we going to put ice? What are we going to put in there? So it's been a question, an ongoing question. So we have what we have, and so now I guess the question is, what do we have to do when? And how much do we have to pay to find that out? And it would seem to me that that's a lot of money going down the track. I make that point so that I don't make it again with you, because we'll probably be discussing that again. I'm just trying to be as efficient as possible, as the city manager is, as you are, as we all are. And I oftentimes see things from the city standpoint that seem to get a little bit rather high for some reason. And so, thank you.
So I think that the message that we're getting from the city commission is to do that baseline analysis of the seawall. It's programmed in fiscal year 2025 to ensure that it'll last through to penny 5. If that baseline analysis shows that we need additional engineering, then we can certainly move forward. But I think it's important that it stays there in 2025 for now, so that we've accounted for it in our projections.
And the way you,
I'm sorry?
the way you're laying it out is, it is going to be done in phases.
That's correct.
Yes,
And so it's not until 2025?
Correct.
It's not coming up in '23?
correct.
Okay, and I'll just say that I don't believe when we bought the property that we did any analysis on that seawall at all.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't believe we did. Yeah, I'm looking at Vince. So you have to think about how long it hadn't been looked at prior to 2007.
Well, that's what we're
Either.
concerned about.
Right, and so I think the review of it, especially in the phased approach that you're doing, is the right thing to do. Yes, ma'am.
I would say for a long-term plan, it's to get rid of the riprap, along that seawall, along Edgewater Drive, some of the other places. I mean, it was done in the 70s. I mean, or longer than that ago. Oh, gosh. Do you all hear me?
Now we can.
Pardon?
No, I mean, for a very long-term plan, and of course, the natural coastline is fabulous, that environmental idea, but, that's something to work toward, get rid of all the
Yeah.
riprap.
On the other side, there's people that like riffraff.
Really?
Our concept, yeah.
Do they really?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Well, so you try to control what's happening to your natural,
It keeps the erosion from happening, or it helps slow it down.
Yeah, it considerably slows erosion.
But it
Really?
makes
So
the
it's
area
good.
very unusable.
It does.
Well,
So it depends on where it is.
Gives a place for crabs, so I mean, there's all
okay,
sorts of
well,
different.
it's not very pretty.
Yes, sir, over there.
Jeff has an opinion.
I just like the discussion of, oh my God, really? People like it? That's pretty funny, just artistic people. This is a really naive question, but I know if I take my car in and get it diagnosed, a lot of times I either pay for that diagnosis and leave, or the cost of that diagnosis gets wrapped into the repair and they reduce it because they get the business. I have no idea if that exists in your world or not.
I would say definitely not nowadays.
Yeah.
So, if anything, costs of engineering have gone up as much as construction costs. There are just not enough engineers.
Thank you. Thank you, Russell.
Thank you.
Okay, next item?
The next item is, Commission asks for more information on the status of the Patricia Avenue Improvement Project. The Patricia Avenue Improvement Project is under development of the Transportation Review. The DOT is reviewing it at this time, and city staff is looking to coordinate this improvement in the late fall.
Is that, are we talking about at corner of Patricia and Main? Is that what that was? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Number 4, City Commission asks staff if payment management is to include markings for multimodal. The pavement management program will work through the city's engineering division to include multimodal markings as delineated in the citywide multimodal transportation master plan.
Thank you. Very
Thank
good.
That's one done.
Number 5, City Commission asks that staff provide more information on the strategic plan business initiative, and staff will present more information to that on
During the,
On Tuesday.
On Tuesday.
on
next
Tu- on
week.
yeah.
Thank you.
And then number 6,
so does that affect anything that's in the budget at this point? Or could it?
it does, it's, yeah.
it's currently in the budget, yeah. at 50 or 60,000, but it's currently in the budget.
Correct.
Yeah,
Thank you.
right. Number 6, the city commission requested information regarding host compliance tiers for the short-term rental enforcement. And staff has ordered two module upgrades through Granicus that will improve rental tracking and identify property and owner addresses and information. Staff anticipates training to start within the next few weeks and the full implementation by mid-August 2022. Next is city
I'm
commission.
sorry, and you're, Jennifer, I thought I read somewhere, maybe I just heard it somewhere, that once all that happens, you guys were going to kind of tell us about what it does.
Yep, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And city commission requested an update and status report on Tyler Munis ERP system. Staff plans to provide an update on the project to the commission in August or September 22 timeframe.
We're going to need to slip that into a workshop because that's a longer discussion than during the budget meeting. Just
Is
where
it
we
going
are
to be
in
an
the 6
aggravating
modules.
discussion?
Of course it is.
Yeah.
I know it is.
Somewhat, in some areas.
May I ask a really
Beyond
quick question
aggravating.
about this? So, I mean, Tyler has a great reputation, and from what I've been hearing, we've had some issues and some problems, which are, you know, the implementation is big and long and hard. But we're not having any big issues, are we? I mean,
Yes,
we are.
We're having some issues, yeah. Yeah.
We're having issues that are, you know, mostly I would say pandemic-related as far as training goes with the modules.
Okay.
Getting them here and that type of a thing.
Okay.
Also, we looked at the scope of the original project, and we want to compare it to what it is we believe Tyler can do and is doing right now. So we're doing that analysis as well, and we'll talk to all of you about that.
Well, plus, I'd like to know, like, what we intended to use it for, and what we're not going to use it for now that we've actually bought other things for.
Right, that's what we're
Because-
going to
okay.
report out, yeah.
You know, I think they need to lose the name. It's sort of yucky. ERP. Blech.
I thought you meant Tyler, but, you know.
That's what I thought she meant too.
Get rid
Yeah,
of
because
that.
that's ERP is common for all of them.
Yeah,
Tyler's well-known, and ERP is the expression for what's
Yes.
going on.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
well, make sure that you make them come and defend themselves to us. That could be an option on television. Just saying. I'm not telling you to do it, I'm just saying.
Some of it's an industry issue, and they are.
No, it is,
slippery.
it is, but I'm just
They are
saying.
frustrating.
I am just saying,
And they are big.
strategically,
They're big.
keep it in the back of your mind. We're good at that. We're very good at holding people accountable.
Yeah, you got to push with these
Well,
guys.
our attorney has been involved.
And she's very good at keeping people accountable, too. Go ahead. Thank you.
Next item, city commission asked for an update on the Van Eck naming issue. Staff issued a purchase order for a plaque to an Ohio-based company, Siwa Studios, on January 14, 2022. And 6 months later, the plaque was not completed or delivered. The PO has been canceled, and staff is currently researching companies that can provide the same style plaque. Vince, you have an update on that one? Or you want to mention real quick? Is after this, they had reached out to Vince on this.
Thank you, Les. Vince Gizzi, Parks and Recreation Director. So yes, the plaque was ordered, have the purchase order in my hand on January 14th. After several calls and emails, they were working on it. It had never gotten started. It actually never got started. So that purchase order was for $2,145. We have two other bids, one for $35.56 and also one for $63. So then, once we had canceled this order, the company had called us back, the president of the company had called us back, the owner of the company, and said that they'd still like to work with us on this. And we told them, if you can get it done in the next 60 days, then we'll be okay with doing that. And then we haven't heard back from them. So we're still researching.
Thank you.
And it's a really nice style plaque, and they had just what we wanted, but they do all this work by hand, and they're busy, and so it's been 6 months. We just couldn't put up with it anymore. So we're moving on.
Thank you.
Vince, are you keeping the resident up to date, the one that had the concerns?
Yes, I've talked to Pat Stair pretty regularly,
Okay, thank you.
so she knows that.
And so this is our response to that input at this point in time?
Yes,
this
we are,
is
we are
the response.
back to the drawing board unless they can deliver within the next 60 days, but we haven't got confirmation on that.
As it pertains to the plaque.
I was going to say, as it pertains to the plaque.
But there's another question then as it relates to a resident input. So is this our final response to that at this point?
As it relates to the plaque,
Received
yes.
a
As
response.
it
I think we've
relates-
responded already regarding
Just to
the park.
Yeah, thank you.
And the city attorney had reported out on the other issues that the resident had brought up.
Les? Thank you, Vince.
The next item is, the city commission asked about the pipelining, how much have we completed and how much do we have left to complete? Since 2009, the stormwater program has lined nearly 5.5 miles, linear miles of the city's nearly 74 miles of stormwater piping. The vast majority of the piping line has been constructed of corrugated metal pipe, CMP. Future linings will also focus on CMP, followed by single-wall thermoplastic, corrugated ADS, and concrete pipe as needed. Any
Thank you.
questions on that? Okay. The City Commission requested information on the Pram Shed project. The city worked with a contractor to generate a list of items to be reviewed and incorporated into revisions to the design to reduce cost of construction. City staff is currently working with architects from the continuing services contract to evaluate and incorporate these revisions into an updated design, and will rebid the project for construction once completed.
Thank you.
And the last item was from our commission line item discussion. City Commission asked staff to provide more information and detail on the internal service funds for facilities, for facility maintenance of buildings and custodial services in the 23 budget. And the response staff will provide a comparison of the square footage breakdown between the new City Hall versus that of the prior TSB and MSB buildings, the existing City Hall departments.
Go over that one.
The comparison is intended to highlight the internal service fund calculation methodology used to determine the allocations by department prior to the relocation of staff to temporary office spaces versus the new City Hall square footage, in addition to prior and proposed future service needs. This will be included in the follow-up memo for the August 16th workshop number 3.
So in summary, you're going to tell us in August?
Yeah.
The answer to the question?
For that one, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
A little more time on that one.
That was a lot of stuff just to say, we'll let you
That
know
was
in
long,
August.
sorry. I didn't want to miss anything.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next item is our position request, and I'm going to turn it over to Teresa to go over that.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission. Teresa Smalling, Director of HR and Risk Management for the city. What you're seeing before you are the personnel requests for FY23. The ones at the top that are marked approved by city manager are the paramedics, an administrative assistant for the front desk at City Hall, and we're recommending to remove the mail clerks, the 2 part-time mail clerk positions. The ones not approved by the city manager at this time are an horticultural technician requested by Parks and Rec, reclass of administrative coordinator and the utility data control coordinator in water, as well as a water maintenance mechanic. And as the notes state, we have put some of these position requests on hold because we are currently undergoing the organizational review of the utilities department, which includes the water division and parks and recreation. At this time, I entertain any questions you may have.
Any questions or comments?
I do.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So, I mean, we're going to have this, large building now with everybody together. So my question on, it'd be good not to add any positions right now as we try to look at our trending. I mean, is there not a way that we can establish a rotation for the front desk, since you'd have a lot of people in that building of that level that could, and you don't want just a basic level person, you want an ambassador, down there. So you want people that kind of know the business, everybody's business. Is there not a way to rotate different department staff to fill that role?
That's a valid question, Commissioner. We could do that. However, the question then becomes, what is it that you want at the front desk of City Hall? Mm-hmm. This position would maintain the main line, which is currently being done by a temp over at Community Development. So the thought is that the temp would be replaced by a city position, and we would train that person. As you mentioned, we want this person to be the ambassador to the city. Big building, new building, you want to be able to have people walk in and have someone there full-time to answer questions, schedule conference rooms, do the mail. The mail, as we mentioned, the mail clerk position is going away, so that person would be responsible for the postal service would be delivering mail directly to City Hall, no longer to a post box. So that position would also be responsible for distributing the mail whenever it comes in. So what I know that there's a rotation over here at City Hall with when Donna or Andrea have to go out. And I know that the city clerk already has challenges in just getting someone for an hour or two. So when you're talking about,
Well, that's volunteer rotation. I'm talking about staff rotation. I mean, it
no,
never worked.
that's a staff rotation. That's a staff. We get staff from admin staff from.
Oh, you mean to fill
the
back
different
there. I'm
departments? Yes. So if Donna or Andrea have to go on vacation, there's a rotation for when they have. The other person who's there has to go to lunch, and that's been a challenge. We've heard it all over from the departments that whenever we have a simple thing as a training. How hard it is for people to pull away from their duties to, go to this training. So, we're open to, we've been discussing what the options are, and right now, this seems the most viable. Also, communications does not have any administrative support, and they've been relying on different admins from around the city, and those departments that have loaned them to communications have been sort of like, hey, we need our people back. So that was the thought with this position, that the position would then be partially administrative support for communications.
So what will you do when this one position is on vacation or sick or goes to lunch, or is that going to lead to another request for? Yeah.
So it would be the same thing as with City Hall. So instead of necessarily, when Andrea or Donna are out and we need support for the hour that the other person goes to lunch, we would rotate that. We'd also use our volunteers, because I'm sure our volunteers will still want to help out in some capacity. The challenge with volunteers is they want to work the hours that they can work. So, you're not necessarily looking at a reliable, constant 5-day-a-week assistance. So the volunteers, we would try to coordinate so that they would come in and span the lunchtime of the admin. Also, the admin would need to leave to distribute the mail, because we'll have mail slots for the different departments. So, there would be times when, simple thing like going to the restroom. We in our former life, we had a government center, and we had a full-time admin person there, and it rotated when they had to go to lunch or they were on vacation. But it does make a difference when there's someone there who's given that consistent message. And that's the big thing, too. If you have one person giving that consistent message rather than different people coming in, and today you hear, ABC, and tomorrow you hear CBA, that could create some confusion, too. But, we are always willing to look at all options.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Teresa.
I was going to say almost exactly the first thing that she had said, which was, why do we need this person? And I say that because as I read this, Having read reports before where people are requesting, I almost sensed well, it's okay because we're getting ready of a half and a half, which equals a 1, and we'll put a 1 back in for that, so don't worry about that. So we accepted that one, but that was a plausible explanation of what's occurring. So in relationship to that, now I just try to add a little humor. In distribution, of course, my fellow commissioner here and I have experience in distribution, so perhaps we could volunteer to do that, distribute that stuff. But that is a big requirement, because obviously we're distributing that stuff now. And then again, currently, for example, in our city hall here, we have volunteer staffing. Is that particularly a good thing to do? We usually say no, principally because you don't get A, B, C, and then C, B, A. You get A, B, and C, and then you get E, F, G, simply because we don't take the time, traditionally, we don't take the time to train them. So it's plausible, I understand it. I would still like to question it, but just leave it up for a question, because principally, I would question all and any ads right now, but that's because of the market the world condition. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, any other questions or comments? The fire positions, is that for our new?
Yes, the county is giving us that new unit, and they have required that one paramedic for each shift. Chief is here.
I know.
He's hoping that.
You don't have to do anything, I'm just giving you the thumbs up. How long have you worked on that? Long time.
Years.
Yeah,
Very good.
I had some questions on that too. So I know we buy the truck and then we're reimbursed, correct?
Well, Chief will. That's his
And then-
area. So I'll let him
Everything's
answer
reimbursed.
And the three,
People,
okay,
every-
you don't even have to come up. That was, if
Yeah.
that
We're getting the money from the county.
okey dokey.
Run, chief, run.
Yeah, there you go.
Now,
Thank
that
you.
was it. It's, so does that, how long are they reimbursed? Or at some point, do we,
Forever.
forever?
Forever.
Okay, great.
For the
As
deal.
long as we have a contract with Pinellas County, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Which we're not going to get rid of that anytime soon. It's a lot of money.
Thank you, Teresa. Anything else?
just the staffing history. Just kind of tracks our how we've staffed over the last. Been a while now.
Well, and that doesn't even go back to pre-recession time when we were in the 400s. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I thought weren't you going to do a different chart here?
We did, actually, this is the different chart. You see the very bottom, we have the asterisk that says includes VOD, FTEs.
Oh, well, I guess I was looking at something that would separate, in the budget, it shows, 300, or 364 regular, about 18 VODs.
On page 74 of the budget book,
Page
the
what? I'm sorry.
74.
74.
All right, give us a minute to get there.
Sure.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's on, right in the middle of the page, it shows the breakout of citywide regular FTE, which would be our full-time and part-time regular employees, and the variable on-demand FTEs, which would be our seasonal, mostly in recreation, that work for the camps and before and after school programs.
So I think it's really important to split this chart out, because I think this is very deceiving. I actually told Jennifer yesterday, wow, if this chart's true, people need to fire me, because look at the growth in staff. And it's not accurate. And I know that at a certain point, we didn't even include the on-demand people. I just think, because most of the on-demand people are summer lifeguards and all this, right? So I just don't think it's apples to apples when you include them. I think at one point, probably at a past budget thing, it was like, hey, don't hide those, we want it all together. I don't know how we got to this, but
Yes.
I think we should be showing two different things. We should have a solid, regular, full-time staffing that's annualized, and then we should break out the 18, because this just makes it, I looked at this and I thought, we couldn't possibly have added that kind of staff.
We
Like,
did.
I would not have done that. And we didn't do it because this is deceiving. So I just think it's hard for a general public person to look at it, because I'm looking, this can't be right. So I called Jennifer yesterday about this, but is there a way to break it out so it just has a better understanding? Like, there's 18 on-demand people. Where are those people? Are they all recreation summer people?
We have a couple in utilities, but the majority are in recreation. And to your point, back in 2020, the Board of Finance requested that we start to show our variable on-demand staff. And since we hadn't been tracking it before, it'd be hard to suddenly have a two-pronged chart, but we can definitely, do two charts going forward. We have been trying to, put more accountability in that program, only because, it's always good to have authorized FTEs, even if it is seasonal employees for budgeting purposes. So one season you may not use as many as authorized, but another you may request more than what's authorized because of, the type of camps you're having, or, how many people are responding.
We can adjust this chart.
Yeah, and you can bring it back in
It'd be relatively easy, I think, because you
Yeah.
just add another line with what our FTEs are without the VODs.
Yeah, and I just think explain it, because as soon as you say to somebody, oh, 18 of those are lifeguards and rec staff for summer programs, they're like, oh, okay, well, that counts, but that's not in their head like, hey, you guys are being extreme. That's like, oh, I got it. So I just think that some explanation here is really important so people understand.
I know some time ago, and I agree with that, I know some time ago, in that 2012 period when we were coming down, we were concerned about that. Certainly the Board of Finance was. So the Board of Finance at that point in time said, well, how are we going to track this? How do we know this? How do we know how we switch back and forth? Because we were concerned, so we said, okay, well, FTEs work for us, but they really sort of don't now. So I agree with, I think we need to have the two charts so we understand what the actual full-time, not the equivalents, but
Yes.
who are the full-time employees and who are the others.
We can definitely do
with
that.
it. And we always see an explanation on it, and then it's real easy. Then we really understand it. This chart here, for me, today, I would be looking at this and I have a concern of this chart. I probably don't if I saw the other chart.
We should all be fired if that was an accurate chart for regular
You go ahead.
employees.
You can-
I'm just saying, we should all be fired.
If you want to get
That
fired,
would be an incredible growth in staff.
you can ask to be fired. I'm okay.
Just saying. But it's not, I mean, if there's a story behind it. Right?
Exactly.
If I can add, when you come back in August with this, would you please go back far enough to show our highest employee count? Because it's,
After the police department.
yes, after the
Yeah,
police
I think it was as high as 489.
Well,
Yeah, after police department, but
so just saying,
pre-recession, because we had a whole bunch of employees, and I think it's always good to be able to see what we were doing at that time and the service we were providing at that time with this high level. And I'm not saying it was the wrong number in any way, shape, or form, so please.
no, I mean, I looked up the numbers last night.
No,
I
I
can tell you
know.
the numbers. We're
I
actually-
know, but I want
Okay.
it always shown here. Because I think it's important to show we are doing so much more with so much less.
But then
And
weren't
you
some of
need
those
that number.
Weren't they some contractors? We switched some of this to contract work that were employees. So then we got to include that.
I'm
Well,
not sure what you're referring to. I just want to always have that
I understand.
number, and maybe you're right,
Yeah.
and somebody can talk about it, not today, but I just think it's important to show, and I think our organizational study is going to show us a lot too, but I think it's important to show when you have well over 400 employees, and here we are, and I'm just going to use this number, 390, and we're doing so much more work.
But again, some of those were contractors.
Yeah, but we also another important message, I think, is, there's a lot of question. Why are we using a consultant? Well, because we don't have those people on staff anymore. This is what you have to do. I mean, it just tells you, it paints a bigger picture. You see where I'm going. Put it together however you want, but I always want that number there because it is it was the closest thing to the biggest depression this country had. And we did a lot to curb those full-time employees. Yes, we went to contract work with cleaning service.
Well, we automate, I mean, he's not wrong. There's a lot of things. We automated
Yeah.
in solid waste. We, I think we cut about 7 positions, but that was because of automation. So, I mean, there's a lot of ups and
Non-solid,
downs. When we went to automatic, yeah, we did.
Yeah, but that was prior.
Yeah, it was.
That
I'm just
was
saying,
prior.
there's
That's what
timing.
I'm saying. I'm
Yeah.
talking about right before the,
Right before the crash.
yeah. I mean,
No.
y'all know what I'm saying. We're all doing a heck of a lot more with a lot less people is the main point. And I want that honest story. I would like to see that honest story told. That's it.
Well, if anybody cares, in 2000, we had 375 full-time employees. Now, I don't know how that equates to the on-demand people, but I looked at it and I thought, wow, so we're for 364?
It was
Yeah.
375?
I mean,
But
yeah,
it did go up to
375.
400 and some.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, I mean, I did it, but John's not wrong either. There's a lot of factors that go into that, but it does give you a little thing in your head saying, hey, are we extreme or where are we at? So, and we're not extreme based on
And what
that.
was the highest?
I don't know what the highest was.
But
I
you're gonna-
had some of the
you're gonna
early
provide
years
that.
from the police study, and I pulled 2000, and 2000 was 375 people.
I want to say it was 430 something, 440 something. But I don't,
I know it was over 400.
yeah, and
It was a
it
400
wasn't just
number. I'm just not sure
405.
what
I mean,
year
it
it
was,
Yep.
it was pretty good. Okay.
But I think if I could just comment on
Sure.
the chart, because I know that Commissioner Franny had used the term deceiving, and that bothers me up on
I'm
the
sorry,
dais.
I didn't mean to use
Anytime,
that. Well, certainly, I didn't see that as something intentional.
Right.
I knew there was a history, and I told you that yesterday on the phone. In my mind, I'm like, there was something where staff got, no good deed goes unpunished. You give one thing, and then all of a sudden, it looks funky in a different way years later. And it definitely looks funky now, because it looks like we've just grown and grown, but
it does, and
Right,
it's a good
staff.
point, and we can fix it, and it's a relatively easy fix in my mind. But as Teresa had said, it was a request to the Board of Finance. So we're going to circle back to the Board of Finance, let them know that we had this discussion, and this is how we're going to fix this, because we've got a great relationship with the Board of Finance at this point, and it's because we're completely transparent with them. If they wanted to see it reflected in the chart, it was in the chart. And that's the number of employees we have, the people that walk in and fill an application and we hire. And so, showing it a different way, the way the City Commission wants it to be shown, I think is much more accurate. But again, though, we're going to circle back to the Board of Finance and let them know, why we're doing this.
But it's like, you have a chart for FTEs, you have a chart for VODs, and then you have a chart of total.
or you
I
do the
mean,
line.
Yeah,
then,
I'm just
where the
You know what
part
I'm
is the
saying,
line.
or the
Right.
lines, or the
Three
whatever.
lines, one
It
graph.
doesn't preclude them from getting what they want.
Right.
While we are getting what we want. But, as we all know, we've won many awards for our budget book. And why do we win those awards? Is because it's telling a story. Well, we need to tell an accurate story. And paint, not that we're not doing that, but we also need to paint the real picture of what's happening.
Right,
I
because
think we're
even-
both saying the same
Yeah, and
thing.
even in this chart, like, if I understand this, the on-demand people were not counted prior to what, 2015?
2020.
Okay, 2020, so like technically, under this chart, it should say, like, there's no on-demand prior to this time.
It
Because-
was.
So right there,
But
you're
there
gonna-
was.
There was.
Oh, there
They weren't
was.
being counted.
Yeah.
Oh, there was.
Because
And we have
they're
no
VOD,
record
so we
of
didn't
it?
put them in there, and that's why the Board of
Okay,
Finance
gotcha.
said
We,
put them in
we
there.
could go through payroll records and try to figure out who,
Okay, I got you.
How many
So,
people are
Actually,
paid?
we all thought that was considered in the numbers. We actually thought it was. Some of us certainly did.
All right, well, you all will figure it out.
Yeah, you guys.
Yes.
The best way to do it. And, I think we're all saying the same thing, just different ways. So thank you very much, Teresa.
thank you.
Okay. What's next?
revenue and expenditures
Next victim.
and projections, all funds.
All right. I'm already ready for my break. Budget workshop, number one.
Before you start, what are you going to start at? In the book, or?
We're going to order the book.
Well, it's the order of the PowerPoint, right?
The PowerPoint and the book align.
Thank you. Y'all knew I'd
So
have
that
a
was
fit
what,
with
you answered
that.
my question directly.
Thank you so much. And we're looking at the updated presentation, right, that we got last night?
Yes.
Yes.
That's right. So
Oh,
You
my
know-
heavens.
And just so you know, the only slide that changed was.
There was only one slide change.
Right, right.
Okey doke. So as we go through this, then we'll stop at each
Okay,
thing to see if there's questions.
we'll just start with the baseline information, and you can go to the next slide there. And we'll be starting with our, some of the information on ad valorem revenue for
Yes,
this
sir.
year. As of May 31st, 2022, this is the information that we had from the county. The numbers changed a little bit, and I'll go over that in just a minute, but in our proposed budget, these are the numbers and the assessed values we have. Our City of Dunedin growth was 12.28% in the proposed budget. And then I want to mention that we got our certified value on July 1st, and our AV increased from 12.28 to 12.82. So it went up a little more, and we'll be making that adjustment in the tentative budget as we move forward. And I want to mention that's about a $70,000 increase to revenue in 2023. So it will increase revenue some in 2023. And for our TIF revenue, for our CRA fund, that is in our proposed budget at 13.82% growth. And the certified values on July 1st came in slightly different. They came in slightly less. They came in at 13.49, and that's about a $6,000 decrease, very minor decrease in revenue in '23. That will make an adjustment moving forward. So very good news on property tax growth in 2023. And we also show the county here. The county was 12.21. That's what their growth was at the end of May. And I also want to mention that our '23 budget is based on a 4.135 millage rate. We've had that same rate since 2016. The max millage of 4.1345 for the '23 budget was brought to the commission and approved by the commission at the July 14th commission meeting. And moving to the next slide, this is some information on our North County Pinellas cities and the millage rates and taxable values. And this is for '22, for the current budget year, the '21 tax roll. And this just shows, kind of where we set compared to the other cities around us. And as you can see, that the City of Dunedin's millage rate is the third lowest in comparison to these other jurisdictions. And the next slide is more information on the millage. And this is just showing our millage rate from 2012 through 2023. And you can see our millage rate's been 4.1345 since 2016 at the top of the chart. And we've had steady AV growth for a number of years now. As you can see, that's the yellow graph line. That's the revenue side of the yellow graph going up out to '23. And some information on our revenues for 2023. General funds, we're kind of picking some funds and going through some of the highlights. General funds, other taxes, this is one of the categories, and that includes our electric services tax and our communication services tax, and that's the tax for cable, satellite television, and video and streaming services. They increased by 3.57%. Most of that increase was in communication services year over year. Our '22 budget was conservative, and our '22 actuals are coming in quite a bit higher, so we're adjusting '23 a little bit higher for communication services. And for the penny fund, that's our sales tax surcharge. That's increasing by 18.8% in 2023 compared to the '22 budget. The '22 budget was a conservative estimate in our original budget. It was consistent with the county's estimates, but in 2023, our estimated revenue is going to be about $4.953 million, and that's about 18% more than the 22 budget. So our growth in penny so far this year is at about 19%. So that's what we're looking at for this year, and we adjusted our 23 budget up to be consistent with 22 actuals. And in the gas tax fund, similar situation. We budgeted conservatively, and our budget is coming in about 9.9% more than 2022. And that, again, is because we budgeted fairly conservative last year, being consistent with the county, and our actual revenues are coming in about 8.4% more than budget for this year. So we're adjusting 23 to be consistent with that and also the county's estimates. Then we've got our utility funds, our enterprise funds. Our solid waste utility rate increase is 4% increase in 23 compared to last year. Our wastewater utility rate is a 6% increase over prior year, and our stormwater rate is a 1.5% increase over 22. And then for on the expenditure side, some highlights. The fiscal year 23 budget includes a 4% cost of living adjustment, and it's, again, a cost of living adjustment. It's not a merit increase. It's a cost of living adjustment for 23 for all employees, with the exception of the fire union employees that are covered by a collective bargaining agreement with the city. There's currently no changes to the minimum maximums. We also have included in our 23 budget an increase to account for the estimated increase in labor costs as a result of our organizational study, which will be evaluating salary ranges citywide. That's also included. The 23 budget includes an increase in benefits of 10%, and that's due mainly to healthcare costs. Our healthcare cost in March 31st, we mentioned we were at 16% increase, and now we are at 10% increase, so it's gotten better. We're still fine-tuning those numbers, but they're 10% in the proposed budget. And also for operating costs, the next slide. The costs for nearly all departments are 2% increase or less in 23 over 22. That's kind of the target we've asked departments to try to do when we started the budget. And that's for controllable costs such as internal service fund charges, costs such as internal service fund charges and utility chargers are sometimes more, and they're sort of out of their control, so we back those up. But we evaluate the funds and determine which ones are over, and we have a few that are over, and part of it's inflation obviously too adds to this. So general fund increase is 9.9% in operating costs, and that's due to the addition we have repair and maintenance projects such as roof replacements at the health center, and also the library carpet replacement. We have a kitchen renovation at Fire Station 60. We have the Marina Master Plan and also the Land Development Code update in 2023. We also have our solar energy audit in 2023, and also an increase in our law enforcement contract. Those are some of the highlights, and we'll go over that a little bit more in the general fund, but wanted to point out some highlights here. The county gas tax fund is increasing by 113% in expenses, and that's due to, we've added $150,000 in sidewalk repair in the 23 budget. We did that since our discussions on May 31st, and that's the reason that increase is so high current year over prior year. And the solid waste fund, we have an increase of 10%, and that's due to increased recycling processing costs, disposal fees, tipping fees, and also an HVAC replacement that they have in 2023. And for water wastewater fund, there's an increase of 14% in fiscal year 23, and that's mostly due to the addition of raw water transmission line pigging and wastewater plant admin building hardening projects. We have also increased water plant costs, some increases in credit card processing, and also increases in lift station and sewer line repairs and maintenance. In the fleet fund, we have an increase of 23%, and that's due to fuel prices. We've increased our fuel prices dramatically due to the current market, and that's about 23%. The risk fund is a 21% increase currently in our proposed budget, mainly due to an increase in property liability insurance premiums and claims expenses. The increase is about $388,000 year over year. We are still fine-tuning our risk fund, working with our Director of HR and Risk Management. We're still fine-tuning the allocations for that, but right now it's at 21%. Property insurance went up a lot year over year. The health fund has a 10% increase, as I mentioned, and that's about a $518,000 increase over prior year. And the IT services fund has a 20% increase due to the addition of, we've got HR recruitment retention program, and we've got a budgeting and planning software program, and also we've got Esri, which is our GIS software and annual support service, and also we added the Esri to the internal service fund. It used to be paid out of the building fund, and now it's allocated through the IT fund to be more consistent with how we allocate our other annual costs. So that covers the highlights, and then
Okay, before you go any further, questions or comments on the revenues and the overall revenues and expenses that, yes, sir?
I surely do.
Uh-huh.
So before I begin, excellent book. Lots of great presentations, lots of really good information, a lot of information. This could take a day and a half to read. It does take a day and a half to read. If you read the whole thing and you go through it all, you don't have to go through it all, but when you look at the summary. A couple things that I want to preface before I begin by saying that as we all know, and I'll maybe talk about this a little bit later, I'm very concerned about what's going on in the economy, in the general economy, and I've given those reasons before. So I'm really concerned about any employee costs or any employee increases. I've mentioned that before. So as I look at this, I look at a couple things. One of the things I just want to make this clear. You said that we approved a 4.1345. We approved that as a max. That's the highest we're going to go.
that's the highest, correct?
That's the highest. That's what we approved. Okay. And so the penny fund, we're very fortunate in having a penny fund. What did you say that number was? 4.4 million?
Yeah, it's 4.4 million. Excuse me, back up a second here.
I missed the point. I know the 4.
6.9,
How much is it, Ashley?
4.9.
4.9, yeah.
4.9. That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
So the question becomes one, whether we are going to be on that kind of a scale and off in the future. We're all aware of that, and you are acutely aware of that. On the employee side, we talked about a 4% and a 4%, and we were given a communication, a verbal communication about what took place there. I have some questions about that, of how we got to, actually, it almost sounds like 2 COLAs, almost, could. Certainly 1 COLA and then some adjustments. We did the COLA, I was told, because we looked at where some other folks were on this. And I'd like to ask a following question. I don't know how many people we asked. I don't know how much of that detail I would need to know, but what have they done since 2020 for their employees? And what is the difference? Where are they? So for example, I'm kidding, if we did somebody that was out in, I use Oklahoma. If they were in Oklahoma, in a particular municipality in Oklahoma, obviously you've got to look at what's going on there. I mean, is that comparable or compatible? And I really want to make sure, because that's a potential 8% increase. I appreciate, so I'll make that comment, and would like to hear some information about that. I think that would be good for all of us. And then in conjunction, or should I just, so in conjunction, I appreciate the fact, I had a big note here about the 16%. Sometimes, if that's what it is, that's what it is, but I appreciate we're down to this 10%, and working and continuing to work on that. That has been an issue every year, year after year after year after year, and don't know the answer to it, but as we consider going forward, if that's going to continue, we have to realize that that's going to take up more of our revenue and continue to take up more of our revenue as we go along. So I want to be very concerned about how we look at the revenues, because if our expenses continue like this, I'll call them out of control, not out of our control. We're trying to establish what they might be. So it is, that, I guess, again, that is almost what it is. But could you comment, first of all, about the employee? Those are huge increases.
Before Teresa starts off, Teresa, if I may, as far as the employees and the COLA, when we first started considering the budget, we were at a maximum of 3.5% merit-based increase. So depending upon their evaluation, they could get up to 3.5% in their base salary. When we develop the budget, we kind of wait for other cities to report out. And we don't always know immediately when we first start what they're going to do. And I remember going to a city managers consortium luncheon and going around the table and everybody saying, what are you going to do, what are you going to do, what are you going to do? And at that point, everybody's still considering. Subsequent to that, the other cities started reporting out where they're going to, the increases for their employees. Les had sent me, he did additional research which we could provide to you, but about what some of the other cities were doing, and they were 5, 6, 7, 8%. Some of them, I think, were increases for their employees. And
Because of the cost of living.
Yeah, inflation, cost of living, and we were way below market at that point. And so, talking to Les and Teresa, we thought we would go to a 4% COLA, which we traditionally don't do, but to address that cost of living and specifically, and to make us competitive with other cities. That said, I don't want to say, I'm going to say it, we're barely competitive with other cities in what they're doing right now, including the county. I think they were up 5, 6%. That said, what we're experiencing in our workforce is that they are leaving to go to places, to other cities, to the equivalent position in other cities because they're paid more. And I can have Teresa talk, I think, a little bit about what some of the other cities are doing, but that was really where we arrived at the COLA. We did some market testing, if you will, not comprehensive, but it's really like cities in the area that our employees are more likely to go to. So with that, I'll hand it over to Teresa.
So my question is, what did those cities do earlier? Maybe they didn't provide anything, and so now they got to slap in a COLA. What did we do previously, and et cetera?
Yes,
So I want to make sure that if I'm going to give approval to something like that, that I understand the facts that went behind it, and I don't, and I'm not sure we all do, so.
You're correct. We don't necessarily know what all these cities did in prior years, but we have been trying to keep up with the cities. The COLA discussion happened partially because of a survey that was done through the city of Oldsmar, and pretty much polled all the cities in this area in Pinellas County, and it came back that our 3.5% merit increase was a lot behind what they were going to be doing. We're seeing, COLAs plus merit increases and, high COLAs. As you know, we're having a recruitment challenge, as are many other cities and private industry.
Correct.
So, the response has been, are we doing bonuses? Are we doing, what are we doing to attract people? And so the COLA, when we averaged out what the other cities were doing, and I think we've been tracking pretty much with the other cities, because we do, we collaborate every single year. We kind of know what everybody else is paying. So I think the 4% COLA is a conservative amount compared to what some of the other cities are doing. It is in lieu of the merit increase. We're not giving COLA plus merit increase. And then just to your point, the other 4% is to cover any recommendations that come out of the salary study. So in that 4%, that doesn't mean that everybody will get something. It may mean that some positions are at market or even above market, so then they would stay where they are. So the 4% is just a conservative estimate of hopefully, what the recommendations come in at will not be above 4% of, what we budgeted for it.
So Teresa, in order to give you the information that you need, because I hear what you're asking, are the other cities doing 5%, 6%, 7% this year because they did nothing last year? So,
Or the year before, or all the
Yeah.
way since 2020?
right. And so what we can do in order to answer that question is take those same cities and let you know what they did in previous years. Because
That'd be great.
Yeah, as you know, last year we only did 2%. And we weren't going to do anything to begin with. Or was it the year before that? Was it?
It was
Year
the
before that.
Year before that.
Yeah,
Last
2% and then
Last year,
3.5,
yeah.
right, and then 3.5 this year. So we'll show you that by the next workshop, if that's the information you'd
No,
like to have.
thank you very much. I am thinking, oddly enough, contrary to what some people may say, I'm thinking of the employee. So I need to know that what we're doing for the employee is correct, and to go from and I appreciate going from a 3.5 to a 4.4. That's not the issue. The issue is how we did it, and then why we did that. And so I just want to clearly understand. Maybe the employees aren't. I mean, they're not listening to this. They may not.
Oh,
they may
they're
not know.
listening.
Well, if they are, okay. Then the second.
So, Commissioner, if I
Yes.
may, just to clarify, is it okay if we provide you that information?
Yes.
Or do you want it under separate cover before the next?
No, bring it back so we can
Yeah,
all,
bring it back.
and I'm sorry, I think she has a question on your question.
Okay,
Well,
thank
the
you.
same note. So the 4% cost of living, everybody gets it no matter what.
Yes, they would get it no
Anybody
matter
that
what.
doesn't get it, like,
Yes, we're still requiring an evaluation, an annual performance evaluation, because there's goal setting involved and, a conversation that needs to happen. But yes, you would get 4%. Every regular employee would get 4%.
so if you're below expectation, you still get it.
Yes, but to qualify,
Clarify.
yes, to qualify that comment, I think with the fact that we have a pay for performance, no one should be coming into their annual evaluation below expectations, because we've trained our supervisors that if they're tracking below expectations before the annual is due, something needs to be done. We're not waiting till the annual evaluation happens to address that behavior.
So just a notable, just gonna, I know you guys get sick of my HR-isms, but years ago, the fire union wanted straight 4%, give it to us all. Somebody needs to be pushed out of the department, let that evaluation deal with it. The other side had a pay for performance. Guess who had the better evaluations, most honest evaluations? It was the one that they all got 4. So just, pay for performance doesn't always mean best evaluation. So there's sometimes, it's a nuance, right? When it's not tied to money too, especially when you're not talking about a lot of money difference. How do the employees feel about the change of just everybody gets the 4 versus a pay for performance?
Well, I believe Jennifer has been transmitting that message, so I'll leave that question to her.
The message I've been transmitting is that that's the recommendation.
Right, I mean,
Ultimately,
but
it's
you're
your
getting
decision.
like, hey,
Right.
why does so-and-so get it, like the same amount I get when I'm kicking my butt and they're not?
The reaction that I'm getting from the employees is that they're grateful. I'm not hearing anything beyond that.
Probably because it's more than the 3.5
Right.
that they were
I'm-
getting, and less
can't actually win.
that they were getting during COVID. I mean, which is what I think you'll find when you start doing
Right.
your research back a little farther is, nobody was giving big raises during COVID because they didn't know what was going on.
Yeah. I'm sure we're going to hear that, Commissioner. But
Yes.
And you know what, and no one likes their pay system, no matter what it is, there's no perfect system, no matter how you try. There was an article in the paper this morning, I just wanted to make a comment about that, though, and it did show Pinellas County is giving 3% to their employees, and a $1,200 base bump, which probably is the equivalent, I don't know of how much. So I don't know how that fits into you guys kind of showing what people do, and believe me, I'm not in any way suggesting we're competing with the county pay system, because we're not. So, that's they're way up there. So, but just as you're kind of looking at this.
Right.
yeah,
To your point, they're already way up there, so.
Right, so it's kinda like,
yes,
right.
the
And I don't know at this point, to add to that, if Forward Pinellas decided to do the same thing, but at our board meetings, especially the county commissioners that sit on that board, we're all talking about 4, 5, 6% increases. So,
I actually think what we're doing is great, because we are gonna look at the market.
Right, we're
and make it
doing
make
this
sense
piece.
by market positions.
Right.
And some are gonna be way off, some are not, and we're gonna, we're gonna make it fit the market. And, I think that's the smartest thing to do. That's what we should be doing, so.
So when does the, when does the fix come in after we do this study? When-
So we should have preliminary results in August. And then, and one of the things that I've been communicating to the employees, we need to really look at what the results are. And if there are things additional information that we need, if we have questions or comments, we're going to take this very methodically. So we may need to do a budget adjustment after you've adopted your budget, so that this isn't a rush to destiny. I mean, we need to be, the department directors need to be able to comb through this. We need to be able to present the results to the city commission and put together what the plan is, and that's going to take time. So, and the employees understand that, they really do, but I just don't want to rush this and make mistakes.
Is the company gonna do some like 50, 75, 90 percentile, because the market's so crazy out of whack, it's not always gonna be that way, so we can't, there's gonna be a balance here, and a good pay plan expert's gonna know that. I'm just wondering if they're gonna give you the 50, 75, 90% mark, so there, you've got some decision-making room. More work for them, but to me, they're making a lot of money, so they should
Yeah,
do
and
that.
I think similar to when we had the employer of choice conversation, the question comes up of where do you want to be in the market? If you want to be at the 50 percentile, or you want to be somewhere between the 50 and the 75, or you don't really, you just want to get bodies in. So that would be part of the conversation when they're looking at
I personally
recommending.
think they should be giving us 50, 75, and 90, so we can make the assessment, because the market is kind of crazy out of whack, and then figure out, what makes sense.
Maybe even 25, 50, 75.
Well,
No, I mean, it's a crazy, I could argue this is not a good time to be doing the study, and I could argue this is a good time to be doing the study. Not the fact that, forget the fact of whether we haven't done it before or haven't done it in a while, just because of the turbulence that's out there right now.
And there are other factors. I mean, what they're finding out now, because they've been doing studies on the Great Resignation, is this wasn't all about money.
no.
Is a lot of it was about lifestyle, is about the quality of my life. Is it all about work? Is it about work-life balance? Is it about spending more time with my children? And so to me, it's not just about pay. It's about what can we offer our employees that, give them time to go to their children's sports, give them time to have, a decent work-life balance. And, we are on the Gulf Coast with, beaches and kayaking, paddleboarding. What is it that we can offer to our employees that another municipality that may pay more may be able to not offer? So, I think it's looking at the complete package, not just, the money.
That was kind of part of my question, but I have other people. So before you go to your question, I know you have it. I just want to check with these two to
Yes.
see if they have anything, my colleagues over here, anything on the study that was just talked about and
Flex time.
That's, anything's on the table, having a telecommuting policy, all that is our considerations.
Winston.
Except for the finance department.
I do want to actually,
We're
if I
just
may
going to chain
qualify
them in
that.
their little room.
Yeah, we can't, we need this stuff.
Anything is on the table,
Within
but I don't
reason.
want to decrease levels of service. Right.
Right.
So we need to deliver the service that our customers expect, so.
I totally and that, as she said, is the nuance.
Right.
That's the
Good
tightrope.
catch, city manager.
Well, and we'll be looking,
Yeah.
so as part of all of those different things, work-life balance things, whatever you want to call them, benefits, that's part of the benefits package, correct? I mean, and that's, to some degree, those things will be considered in this study. I'm not saying that they're studying all of that, but I mean, it's going to be 365-degree view is what I'm trying to get at. We're going to be looking at all of those things.
And in talking with the salary survey consultant, yes, they have some recommendations that would not just be about, salary.
Right.
Some type of benefit, okay. Okay.
So, thank you very much. So in the continuation, and then I'm done on that side, and I want to switch to personal, something else. But so for example, as you're working the 16% down to the 10%, my input, just so you hear this, is to keep going as hard as what you can, because we're doing a study. And the study may show us stuff that's different, but just to do what we're doing today, let's push hard, because that's a lot of money to come up with in the end. So I'm just making that comment.
Right, so I will point out that 16% has to do with claims, which, we're at the mercy of claims. We've been pushing it down because our claims experience has been getting better.
Okay.
So it's a look-back period that creates some of that. We just renegotiated our stop loss, and those are some numbers that we did not have complete numbers for. We just had estimated increases. So yes, we are working to push it down, but one of the unintended consequences or consequences of COVID is, there has been I just saw the article this week, there's an increase in cancers, nationally, not just here, where our employees are having health challenges, and that will push claims up. Some of our fully insured neighbors, if you will, some of our even self-insured are looking at increases anywhere from 10 to 30%. So, I freaked out when we saw the 16%, because I think that's one of the highest we've ever had. But, we are still tracking, in the market, if you will, trend to try to keep our claims down, keep the wellness program viable, keep people going for preventative care rather than having to, go with the, chronic treatment of a chronic illness.
Thank you. So then, if I may, as a continuation, obviously, we have our residents that are having all of these same issues that we're talking about here. So I'm just addressing over here. So that, as we go along, I'll be making some comments about that later. We talked about professional services here, and we're talking about as the city manager and the mayor said, we're not going to get into any of the programs. I just want to point out that there they sit, and there's big money in them. And if we're looking at later any survival issues, I just wanted to.
What page are you looking at, John?
Page 15. Thank you. Page 15.
Third bullet down.
Yeah, third bullet down. He went through some of this and talked about the Ready for Energy study and et cetera, et cetera. I'm just saying there's some money there. Just wanted to point that out. The property insurance, I also want to point that out. We went up 21%, okay? And we talked about that. That's what our residents are experiencing, some of those same issues. Not only for flood, but also for homes and/or for roofs. When they have a roof issue, they can't even get it. That's all that I had to say about. I tried to summarize that really quick. That's what I wanted to say about what he had just presented.
Okay, Commissioner.
Oh, I just know the conversation has been really, really valuable and healthy. With the compensation study, just with the affordable housing issue that we're having, is there any way that housing vouchers can be considered in that, given that a lot of the staff can afford not only not to live in Dunedin, but they can't even live in the county? And when you add travel expenses and gas prices into that, that's a huge impact on their bottom line. So if that can be considered, I won't ask for a yes or no now, but just if it can be considered, that would be wonderful.
Well, that's interesting, because you expressed to me at one point that someone had a problem hiring somebody because of the cost to live here.
Oh, yeah, no, there was a major organization in the county that basically had somebody come in and they couldn't find a place to rent that was affordable, and they couldn't find a place to buy that was affordable, that wasn't gone in a millisecond, and they backed out. So, and of course, left a gap in the organization. So, but yeah, I mean, it is. I think, the other side of that is if you are close, or if you're in a different county, sometimes the flexibility, the hybrid of coming in sometimes and not coming in others, to the extent you said, because having, I understand, you got to make sure that it functions, but it's a good point.
And of course, I'd like to make a comment about that because I'm looking for exactly almost the opposite of, forget about the affordable housing, forget about attainable housing. How about continuing to be able to stay where you live? And a voucher for that then. So that means somebody has to pay either a voucher or pay less into the system currently under the circumstances of the way things are going right now. We just don't know.
And I would concur with that. Because I hear all the time from people who are renting in Dunedin that have been made aware that their rent is going to increase, and now they're looking outside wherever they're living because they can't afford the increase that's coming. Agree.
Or they're scrambling to find, I've been following that too.
Just to find anything.
Next door neighbor, they're scrambling to find another place in a month or 6 weeks.
And so actually, that's what I meant as well, John, but thank you for specifically pointing that out. It's current employees as well.
I said one other question about, do we have like are you able to smoke if you're a new applicant? I mean, do we have a no smoking thing?
No.
I was just curious. I mean, if you work for the sheriff, obviously they have issues with law enforcement, but it's everybody, not just the law enforcement. You can't be a smoker because it affects the health insurance costs. So, like when you're an applicant, that's a knockout question. So, if you're a smoker and you've smoked in the last 6 months, you're not applicable to apply. But
Yeah, in this market.
yeah, no, I get it. May add one more little, but it does. Obviously it does affect the bottom line of health insurance costs. I was just curious.
My only final comment, when I was looking at the professional services that Commissioner Tornga was mentioning, the one good thing about that is that, the Ready for 100 energy study, in theory, should save us money in the future, right?
Over a period of time, yeah.
Over a period of time. I'm looking at Natalie. Yeah, so, I mean, in order to get there, in order to convert our buildings, those are all things that are money-saving things. Again, it's unfortunate that we don't have endless amounts of staff that can just sit and do these kinds of things. So I just did want that Ready for 100 thing I thought was really important. And then, of course, the land development code rewrite for sure, as well as the marina. But I support those things.
My biggest thing is, can we do it all? That's a lot of staff.
Well, and exactly, it is.
But again, I guess it'll just drag if it's not doable within.
And so if we can, just speaking of that, for the next budget meeting, can we get information on the number of electric vehicles that we currently have and some comparison on how much fuel that we've saved, how much money we've saved in fuel by having them EV and not
I did say
combustion?
the number that we've raised our EV, how many we've had per year now.
Well, yeah, but do we have,
But I
is
don't
the
know.
fuel savings
I
in there?
don't know. I did
And or
not see
maintenance
that.
and all of that?
We can provide that information. Yeah.
If we're going to ask for that, I would like to make a comment about it. First of all, where does that electrical energy come from? Okay, so we have to all be aware of that. It comes from coal, comes from natural gas, comes from petroleum. And so I still have not been able to get an answer to that question.
Well, Duke has their solar farm as well.
Yeah, I was just gonna say we have that
But we can
solar
give you that too.
Right, so
What
that's
we're-
a solar
right.
farm, so everybody's not using that solar farm.
I'm going to
Correct.
put EV savings, is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
EV savings
And source of,
and source,
So you have a cash
Thank you, Teresa.
savings.
especially
Power.
especially gas.
Yeah.
Can we find out,
And do the net savings between the electric charge, that's the cost of charging versus the cost of fuel.
we will work with Duke. I'm not sure what information is available definitively, but we've got your direction and we'll get you as much information as we can to answer your question.
Okay,
I just had one, I'll just bring it up now because I wanted to get it eventually. Can you do a break up, and I didn't see it in here, the breakdown by center of recreation staff? I don't think it's in here. I just thought,
Is that what you mean?
by building, yeah. You know, because obviously a certain number of staff each building, and we have a lot of facilities. So I just wanted to, it's always illuminating to see, you know, quite frankly, usually how few staff we have running some pretty large facilities, so. I just kind of wanted to see it laid out.
We can do that.
Do you want just Parks and Rec or staff per
Just
building
Strictly
altogether?
recreation.
You don't want parks?
Well, Parks takes care of the parks. I mean, all the parks. I mean, so I'm just I want to get a handle on how many people are manning like Community Center, Martin Luther King Center, Hale Center.
But now we have the new park center.
Yeah, but that's all parks.
Yeah, but we have a parks, we had a
manages
park
out
center
of it.
before
Yeah,
that.
well,
Right, so-
I don't
Okay.
think you could call the Jones Building much of a building.
Well, it isn't, but, okay.
No, from a
Poor
citizen
things.
perspective, how many
Yeah.
people are manning each citizen-oriented facility, so, and recreation, so strictly recreation.
Okay, and then I had one off-the-wall question, it has nothing to do with any of this, and I didn't know where to ask it, so I'll just ask it now so that we can then go take a break, because I need a break. And I don't need massive detail, I think you can answer this one of you can answer. So, when we do move into City Hall, which will be in the next budget, okay?
Correct.
Where does the savings from, the lease, wasn't that like 700 and some $1,000 over a period of time? Where does that come from? Like, some of that comes from the building fund, some of that comes from
Yeah.
the general fund?
So, right, and so the lease for Pinehurst in particular was taken by fund essentially.
Right,
So, it's not budgeted within fiscal year 2023.
right, but it was in 2022.
Correct.
So when and I don't know how much that is, but the reason I bring it up is because, I was the one, what about this square footage thing? Which still seems very odd to me, by the way. But we'll learn about that at the August meeting. But on the counter side, we are saving money on the lease that we're not spending.
Yeah.
And I think that's important to know. I mean, there's money over there that we were spending that we won't have to spend over here. So, I guess that wasn't really, it was,
We'll just let you know how much the lease is.
yeah.
That's what we're
And
saving.
okay, that'd be great. And then if we can take a break now,
Because for last year.
that'd be great. Come back in 10 minutes. to our second budget workshop. We will now start with our long-range
Mayor, if I may, just correct.
fund projections. Yes, ma'am.
So I just want to correct something I said just before the break. And I can always tell when I say something and staff starts squirming, I need to circle back and find out. We did actually budget 2 months' worth of lease in the fiscal year 2023 budget for Pinehurst. and
Which
it's
makes
about-
total sense because of the move, yeah.
Yeah, and it's 16,000, so.
Thank you.
Staff needs to keep you straight, I know.
They do, they're good at it. They're good
I
at it.
just
That's a
give
good
you
thing.
mean look.
Yeah. Takes a village.
It does take a
Okay,
village.
can you see, by the way, Commissioner, you see everybody put their sweaters on and poor Scott's back over there doing
sorry.
this.
You know, I'm feeling better. I think we could just put it down a little, up a little bit.
Okay.
Yes.
1 degree, go back.
degree.
I can't believe I'm not freezing. Usually she freezes me out, but now you mention
I
it.
just put it down 1 degree. That's all I did for her.
I'm
She's
good
like,
for
I'm
the
dying
morning.
over here.
By the
Well, I was
afternoon,
fanning
yeah,
myself.
I'm
Yeah, I am
freezing.
starting to get cold now, so good catch. Good backup there.
Okey doke,
Poor Scott.
you're on.
We're going to go to the long-range fund projections, and I wanted to, before we go into the general fund, I wanted to mention that we added a new section into the fiscal year 23 proposed budget document on pages 80 and 81. We have added a summary list of projects with multiple funding sources by fund. This came up a little bit at the May 31st meeting, and it shows projects such as Skinner Boulevard or the parking garage that have more than one funding source and shows what fund is paying for different projects. So I just wanted to point out that we did add that in our budget.
Thank you, it was very helpful.
I thought it might be a good reference, so.
Yep.
Okay, now moving to the general fund. Go over some general fund highlights. I'd like to make a few comments about the general fund to start out. First, it's our main operating fund. It's the city's main general operating fund with many departments in the general fund. We presented the general fund on May 31st at our workshop 1, and we mentioned that staff had been working through balancing the budget at that point. At that time, departments working through the budget with the city manager had reduced costs by about $1.3 million. We did that by moving projects to future years and also moving some to other funds and also removing some completely to assist in balancing the 23 budget. Since that time, we've been fine-tuning the 23 budget as we presented the proposed budget today. The proposed general fund budget, as mentioned, has the 4% cost of living that was mentioned and also the 4% increase for the org study that we discussed earlier. We've also included $1 million in ARPA revenue recovery funding in the 23 budget presented today. In 2024 and future years, there is a projected budget shortfall of $1.650 million in the general fund. The shortfall was $2.3 million when we discussed the budget on May 31st, so it has improved. The projections have improved since that time. And I want to mention again, the shortfall represents the excess of expenditures over revenue over a 5-year time frame. And now I'd like to just kind of go through some highlights with this slide above you. The property tax revenue in the general fund, revenue has increased 11.9% over 22, and that's due to our increase in assessed value of 12.28 that was mentioned earlier in our proposed budget. And again, that will go up to 12.82, and the revenue will go up about 70,000 more when we provide our tentative budget. Intergovernmental revenue is increased by 18.4%, and this is due mainly to the inclusion of $1 million in ARPA recovery in the fiscal year 23 budget, and also the removal of, we had an SBCA AirPack project of $333,000 in 22 that was not in 23, and we also had an increase in sales tax in 23 of $285,000. Our sales tax estimate in the general fund was conservative last year, so we had a pretty good increase in 23 because trying to compare to our 22 actuals, which are higher than budget. Our personnel costs are up 11%, primarily to cost of living increase of 4% mentioned earlier in the org study. We also had the healthcare increase of 10% that was discussed, and we also had a couple of positions added that were discussed earlier in the meeting as well. Operating costs are up 10.7% over 22, and I'll go over the highlights on this. This is The ISF fund increase is $191,000 year over year. The building maintenance increase is $160,000 in the general fund. Other contracts, our law enforcement contract increased by $208,000, and that was about a 4.5% increase year over year. Repairs and maintenance increase by $270,000 for the health center roof. And we also are moving the library from 22 to 23, and that cost increase from 210 to 350 with current estimates. And then we have professional services that we discussed a little earlier as well. The capital costs have gone down 51%, and this is primarily due to last year in 22, we had the SCBA Fire Department air packs budgeted, and they are not budgeted in 2023. And the next slide is just some general assumptions in the general fund. And we have our property tax assessed value estimates, and the 24 through 28 growth is based on county estimates. That's the information the county is currently budgeting in the outer years. We're being consistent with that. We've got 5.4 in 24, and then it ends up going down slightly every year, and then it ends up 4.4 in 2028. Other taxes are 2% estimated increase. Intergovernmental revenues, this is mainly focusing on the ARPA funding. We had $2,020,000 in 22, and then $1 million in 23. And then charges for services are 2.2% increase. And then on the next slide, on our expenses, we've got our in future years, 24 through 28, we have a 3.5% merit increase, which is what we've had consistent before. Benefits are 6% increase in 24 to 28. Operating costs are 2%, and then non-capital CIP is 1%. And then looking at our long-term plan in the general fund, and this is in the budget book on pages 82 to 85 in the proposed budget, the general fund long-range plan. As mentioned earlier, the 23 proposed budget is balanced. We have an available reserve at the end of 23 in our proposed budget of 16.7%, and that is above our 15% target. The general fund long-range plan presents, similar to the presentation on May 31st, we've got a presentation that shows our budget in the general fund without the shortfall being addressed, and then at the bottom of the page, we show it where it is addressed. I do want to point out, if you look towards the middle of the page, there's a bunch of red font numbers that are under the column called revenue over/under expenditures. And I just want to point out that, if you look at mainly 24 through 28, again, these are projections only, but, we're showing that each of those years, our expenses are more than revenue based on current assumptions, and that's why that's why the red font is showing negative. So I want to point that out, and that's really what's driving the shortfall. That's really basically. And if you look at the first highlighted row of the yellow highlight, that's the ending unassigned fund balance. That's the available fund balance at the end of each year. In 2023, our current year budget, we're at 16.7% above our target. In 24, it drops to some to 9.9, and then lower in 25, and then it does go, as you can see, below zero in the outer last 2 years. The bottom row highlighted is the same information, and all this doing is just addressing is showing what, on the average what it would take to address that shortfall. And as you can see, with that shortfall, basically the average is about 1.650 million from 24 to 28. I want to point out that there may be other changes, but with the change we know today, the revenue will increase by about 70,000 a year with the AV increase. So that 1.650 will be down below, 1.580 or something like that after we update the AV for fiscal year 23 with the certified information. And again, as we mentioned before, the shortfall can be addressed with reduction in expenditures or reductions in service or a combination of both methods. And just want to point, we have a balanced budget in 23. We're above our target. And 24 looks a little better than it did May 31st. In other words, that 9.9%, it was a little lower then. And we do need to address the shortfall, you know, in the next year or couple of years. And again, and that can be done in different ways, strategic reductions in service or programs or other methods, but those are kind of the highlights on the general fund.
Okay. Questions? I'm going to start at this end this time. Questions? Comments? Questions, comments?
Nope.
Just to make sure I understand, so like, say between 2025 and 2026, the actual, if I'm reading this right, the actual expenses over revenue declines. Like, why is that? Like, so in 2025, we're in the whole 1.6, you know, for that budget year. In the following year, it's 1.2. Like, what's making that be less versus more?
Let's see, well, a small amount of it would be a change in the AV. Let me just see here. The property tax growth, let's see.
We're just talking the revenue over expenditures, so.
Yeah,
So
strictly,
for
yeah.
that specific year, fiscal year '25, our revenues are less than our expenditures. So they're less by 1.6 million.
No, but what she's asking, actually.
Yeah.
She's saying that in 25, we're 1.6 less, in 26, we're 1.2. Why is it 400,000 better in 26?
Right, we get better. I'm like, okay, how do we get better every year? Right, and you would think we'd get worse.
Because there's a project, there's a capital project in '25 that's more expensive than '26.
Yeah, let's see, what other?
Because like all the roofing and stuff comes out of penny, right? Doesn't come out of general fund, or, I know those are some biggies.
Roofing is general fund.
Oh, it is,
But
so,
that's maintenance.
so that's what it is. It's probably, because I think the big roofing projects stop after 2025, so that's where we get a little more relief.
If you look at page 85 of your budget book, you look at those are the projects.
Yeah,
And
that's
we were
what
going to
it
get
is.
into it,
I-
but, you know, those expenditures are much less in
That's what it was.
2026.
Okay, I knew there was going to be some relief, so that's what it's showing.
That's exactly right. The
Okay.
projects are 1125 in 25 and 637 in 26, yeah. so
Right.
It's a lot of that, yeah.
Yeah, so, again,
Good question.
yeah. Well, I just thought, hey, how do we repeat that? That's a good thing. But it's just a function of the roof replacements. Okay. You know, I guess the only other comment I would have is, you know, you look at that and you look at 2024, and I marked in my book, add $1 million from ARPA here too. You know, like,
Add $1 million
should we take
from ARPA.
another $1 million and add it to 2024 and not spend it all on, you know, the wish list? And I shouldn't call, I don't mean it's a wish list.
Did you
It's
say
all stuff
ARPA?
we needed.
Did you say-
ARPA.
okay.
Yeah, we're, you know, to make sure we're shoring up our general fund enough. Because that's where, like, you know, that takes a big, huge dive. So maybe we should be protective of at least another $1 million of that ARPA money for that. So that's just my thought.
Along that line, if I could ask a clarifying question. You know, each year, we'll just keep calling it the $1,650,000, even though I know it's less. If you fill that gap of the $1,650,000 in 1 year, does that cover it? Or do you have to cover that every single year?
It's ongoing, yeah. It is every year. Yeah, it's ongoing. Yeah.
Ongoing revenue source.
So,
Or expenditure reduction, you know, I mean.
right. Right, but so the $1 million that you're, the $1 million just pushes it out a year, is what you're saying?
Well, it just helps next year, because next year, we, you know, the revenue over.
It doesn't solve
It doesn't
$1
solve it,
million
it just,
of the
it makes.
problem.
Because next year is the biggest gap, and then the gaps get a little bit better. But next year would be the biggest gap, and it's like, okay, let's not, you know, let's fence off some more of that ARPA money, so the hole isn't so big. But yeah, I mean, we will still have a consistent revenue source need, and,
That-
or reduction in expenditures.
So that is the structural budget deficit, that we refer to that every year, even in a good economy, we start at a deficit. And so the ARPA money would plug it, and it would make subsequent years better, but the deficit would still be there.
Correct.
Right, it just makes next year, I mean, next year's almost 2.4, versus the 1.6, so it really actually helps stabilize it to the,
It
around the
does.
1.6.
In the
so-
same way that
Without making a
ARPA
bigger
stabilized this year,
Yes.
right?
Right.
Well, and I'm assuming too that our increases that we have planned for employees, that is obviously increasing, but that's also being covered by ARPA. Some of it.
No, the ARPA funding we used as for our essential service employees, as a
Right.
one-time bonus type of a thing.
Right.
The 4% is baked into this in all the different funds. So, a general
For
fund
every
employee
year.
like me would be.
It
Right,
trends
right,
out,
right.
It trends out, right?
Right, exactly.
Right.
Yeah. It was very important, actually, for the employees that we considered that and showed it in the budget.
Yep, gotcha. Commissioner Twanga, I know you.
Thank you. Page 82 and 83, my pages. So I almost wanted to start the meeting with that, and I thought, no, I'll just go with the flow. I think we talked about this at the previous meeting in quite some depth. When I stop talking, I'd like to have the following question answered, if you don't mind. First of all, what is, and you can answer this however way you would like, but it's just a number. What is our total revenue for 23? What are our total expenses for the same period? And what is our total debt for that period? I just want us to know that, just so we have that commonality. So I look at page 82 and 83, and 82 is, I go nicely from 82, I go up to 83, just like we did before. And then we see this, wow. And I go down and I read a comment here, and it says, and you mentioned this before, it says, the shortfall can be addressed by increasing revenue. Of course it could be. But that's scary. That is really scary if anything goes wrong. Now, one of the reasons is that you went from a very high percentage on some positive things and then dropped them down under, just to make sure you're a little bit conservative. But I'm not sure enough. And I'm not sure in just 1 year away from us that we end up with a 9.9% and try to recover from that. Pretty scary. It's particularly scary for me. Maybe it is for everybody else too, I don't know, but it's particularly scary for me. You heard what I made my comments about. I made my comments that, here we had an 8.6, now we got a 9.1 inflation. We're still inverted a yield curve. We're still really concerned about inflation. As a matter of fact, I might read something in a second, maybe not, or maybe I'll read it later. We have all of the structural things not looking particularly good. Oil is coming down just a little bit. That's too much detail for this. So how do we get past this part of it, or shouldn't we be laying back a bit? We've been talking about that, and that's maybe for some input from you, but that's really from us. And I realize we could spend money. We could spend a lot of money. I could spend a lot of money, and I can particularly take any goals we have. I could spend $100 million right now, easy. But that's not how it works. How it works is you have a balanced budget. You have a city that's in good financial health, according to our little 2 percentages that we use. We're well within a debt structure, but those are easy because you can change that denominator by 50 million, and it doesn't really change anything. So we really can't use that very well. What we can use is just good common sense, and as we look at it, we realize that we really fought to get that rating for our bonds and our notes, et cetera. We really struggled to get that. We've had it for a while, several years now, And it's always good to keep that, because when you have to borrow, that's when you really want to have that, certainly. So, do you mind just telling us again what our income is going to be and what our expenses are and what our debt is in '23? Just those three numbers.
Well, you mean total income or general fund?
You can, the total city, because that's how some of the numbers are calculated for the debt, et cetera.
Yeah, our total city income,
I thought we were looking at the general fund, though.
yes,
That's going to confuse people.
Because that affects that would affect the borrowing, because it's based on,
our total revenues are 107 million,
okay,
and our total expenses are 113 million,
okay,
citywide.
correct?
And our debt is, that's a little harder question to answer, but give me just a second here. As far as, we do have a page here that gave me a good estimate here. You know what page that's on, Ashley?
60.
60?
60?
60, 61,
Thank you.
yeah.
Let's see.
You want gross number?
107, I'll help.
107, yeah. We've got 51 million in enterprise funds, which water, sewer, stormwater, and then we currently have 55 million in governmental service debt, and a lot of that City Hall and a couple other issues. So we got 107 million citywide, 51 in enterprise funds, and 55 in general government, yeah.
So we
Well,
got.
30 million is the stadium.
Stadium,
I think
we
you
got-
got it.
That's right.
That's
Well,
and that's a
you
good
have to
point.
and you don't, okay?
Well, yeah, okay.
But
Yeah.
just looking forward, so,
But on that, the stadium is unique in that,
correct.
the stadium is paid for by the state and the club, so we have an ongoing funding source for that,
Right,
so.
It's still a debt.
It's still debt, right.
Still a debt. So I'm just talking about what was the total debt, what was that? I just want everybody to be aware of,
Sure.
make sure that everybody is aware of that, and anybody listening was aware of that. Now, if we have a problem right now, and we are potentially having a problem, we are having some kind of a problem, we all know that. How do we walk into us asking you to take us in to 2024, okay, knowing this stuff could be happening? Shouldn't we, I should look over this way, shouldn't we be more conservative here? Shouldn't we withdraw just a little bit? We don't want to hear words like unfunded liability and things like that. I can see where the city manager would say, well, look, let's go forward. I want to get these things accomplished, and we applaud that. But just from being having some strong financial or fiscal concerns, we could enter into some issues here. You would agree with that? I trust.
Well, I would say that this is the 23 budget that we're focusing on, walking through the 23 budget and
Right.
eventually be adopting the 23 budget.
Correct.
The 24 budget, projections are important, no doubt, they are.
Absolutely.
That's why we have them. But the 24 budget, being frank, when we walk through 24 with current funding sources, when we start 24, we'll be pushing things out because we will not be able to do everything in 24 we have right now. Because I looked down a list of projects right now in 24 that total 1.9 million, and my crystal ball right now says we will not be able to afford all those, and we'll be pushing those out to 25 or 26. So those things would happen, to balance 24, to focus on 24, because, the city manager, Jennifer we will make sure we have a balanced budget in 24 with meeting the 15% reserve. And that 15% reserve is very important that we meet that because we go out for more debt. Rating agencies
Correct.
watch very closely that you have a policy and you follow it, and they're looking even more in bad times to make sure that you're following it, in other words, making sure you're making decisions to meet those targets. So anyway, that's my general comment. Now, we could always reduce expenses in 23 if we wanted to add more fund balance in 24. That's always an option, but to address 24, that's how that's how I think we would approach it, and we'd probably end up pushing things out to balance. Jennifer, do you?
In 2024.
In 2024.
Which is really when we start developing the budget, the day after we adopt the budget, we start to look at those projects that we can and should push out. For example, the seawall, we talked about that earlier, that we might push out, those types of things.
That's not a good expression with a seawall, by the way.
Push out, yeah, right. Yeah, you're right, it's not. Not at all. Not at all. But I think that it's important, though, because we're talking about debt. And what we have in the book is $107 million in debt. But I think it's important that we talk about, when we retire debt. For example, the community center will be retired in 2025 as well. And so, and then we'll add to that debt capacity. The question for the commission at that point will be whether or not you fill that with something else. You issue more debt. I do think that we're approaching this very conservatively as far as what our forecasts are. This year in the general fund, as you know, we realized 11.9%. We forecast originally, when we first started looking at this, 7%, I think, in ad valorem taxes. So typically, we consider those very conservatively. I think, though, as we go throughout the year, to address your comment directly, and we see that we're watching the economy. I like how you called it turbulence. At that point, we really start to address what it is we're not going to do to make sure that we're stable in fiscal year 2024 as well. So we need to take all of that into consideration, and we wouldn't issue debt unless it has that definitive funding source and it's within our grasp to repay that debt. Like the City Hall, for example, that was a portion out of the general fund and a portion out of some of the enterprise funds, which are, we do rate studies on, so we're sure that we can pay that off. So, we consider all those things when we're issuing that debt. The City Hall then will be paid off in 2029, and we're almost we're in 2022 now. So we take all of that into consideration. The last thing I want is at any point to say we can't make that payment, or we can't we're not going to go there. We will push things off. We'll do whatever we don't have to do in order to ensure that does not happen.
So, for example, out of the general fund, you're going to get your ad valorem tax. You're going to get that. As a matter of fact, I would be hopeful that we're not even going to ask for that whole thing. But that's another question. But in this particular case, being at that percentage that we're at and looking at the whole, we're just talking general fund here now, but we needed to look at the whole thing because of that debt thing. If the rest of the stuff starts to become a problem for us, if it does, and we have some low-hanging fruit, and we pointed that out in a couple pages back, I'm not so sure that we shouldn't be making a statement. That's almost called the flex budget. We do a lot of those in business. I don't know how much we do that in government. We do a lot of that when we see something like this happening, so that we know we don't get into something, start a building and say, oh, we don't want to do the building now. Well, now what'd you do? You got a building sitting there and it's...
Got to build a building.
Yeah, 1/3 built. And then you find out that you're over your covenant with a bank. You're getting close to the covenant, where you're supposed to be able to, or in our case with our lenders, okay, we're getting close to that 15, okay, or it looks like we may be violating that 15. Somebody's going to say something to us. But I personally think from a debt standpoint that at some point in time, we have to be at a level that we don't want to go anymore with debt. Pay as you go or generational funding, somebody's got to pay as we collect the money first and then buy something. The old classic, I always was taught, you don't always do this in business, but yeah, you want that car, John, you go ahead and save, and when you have the money for the car, come and see me and I'll help you buy the car. That's for the young one. And you get a little bit older, you want a bigger car, you go and borrow. Perhaps for it, and you pay it off, and everybody says, oh, the interest rate was great. There is no great interest rate when you're borrowing because you got to pay for it. But it might have made sense to buy it. But I think we're not being conservative enough. When I look at page 80, 82 and 83, I'm alarmed. I'm alarmed. I surely do not believe that I would support a tax increase. I could say I will not, but I could say that, but I would not. I don't believe that I would ever consider a tax increase over the next year or two. As a matter of fact, I'd like to ask for one to get cut back right now. maybe more about that later. But certainly, I'm not going to ask for an increase in the tax at this point in time for our residents. So I don't think we're being very conservative here. And I think you either do a flex budget, or we look at some of these things and we make the determination to even push those out further. I don't think there's any harm to doing that. There's a bigger harm to not doing it than what there is to doing it. And we're asking, and then we would be asking for it if we did. So I guess it's our issue if we did.
And, and you're right, we will definitely be monitoring the budget very closely this year. Everybody's heard the recession word, over and over and over, and we probably will have one at some point. We think, well, what we know right now, I mentioned, last meeting, David Jang, our financial advisor, thinks his estimate may have a slowdown the last quarter of '23, which is really our '24 budget, walking into it. So, but this year, if we start seeing that sales tax is less than prior year, which we monitor very closely, we share that with the commission every month. If we start seeing that drop to same as last year or below, and then it starts going negative, that's a huge red flag. And, we'll be monitoring those. We'll be working with the county at where they see assessed values next year, in January 1st when they have more information. So we'll be watching those key indicators. And if we see that things are going, if we see our revenues are not going to support our budget, then we will immediately start adjusting to rebalance and get back to where we need to be.
So I come back to housing, just to make a finishing comment about that. Affordable housing, attainable housing, and remainable housing. And I think some of those things are sort of outside the channel that you're looking at, and from the close side, because it's much easier for you to determine a revenue from an ad valorem than what it is for the person that's running a business to try to estimate what his revenue is going to be. So they're probably looking at broader things. You don't necessarily have to, and I mean that sincerely, because you're looking at, from a cash management side, what's really going to come in. But we may be having bigger problems than we can foresee that will affect us for next year, or will affect how we end. And if we've started things, it could be a problem. Thank you.
I think, Mayor? And it really, and that's a point very well taken, because nobody wants to be in that position where we're stepping back, especially after we've issued debt. But I think it's important that we understand the source of the payment of the debt. For example, the pool would be ARPA and Penny, and that's money in the bank. So especially ARPA, we have got to encumber it, and then we've got to use it. And so I think it's really important that we remain flexible within those funds. If the money's in the bank, and as you know, we can't use that for benefits, we can't use that for salaries, we can't use it for anything other than what the federal government has stipulated we'll use it for. So I think it's important that when we bring these projects to you, that we show you that forecast, and show you, what the revenue source is and what the impact would be if we get to that slowdown in the fourth quarter of, 2023. So, those things are all really important that we take into consideration. Our bond rating is of utmost importance that we maintain it, because that means that when we do borrow it, we borrow it, at a lower interest rate. So we'll take all those things into consideration. And to that point, I think that we can, we have combed through our capital projects, more than once as staff, and looked at what it is that we can roll into subsequent years. And thank heavens the City Commission offered Sindune at the last workshop to move that way out, because it really helped our budget. But, we take those things into consideration and ensure that we will not exceed our debt ceiling.
I just respond 2 sentences. So realizing that you may have it allocated out of a fund, for example, let's use our ARPA, that we're going to spend that money. I think Ms. Moe said this before. She said, well, maybe we need to look at this and determine, maybe we need to reallocate that to do something else, so that we save the monies in another area. So I appreciate your comment, but I just want to point that out. Right. So that's all I looked at it when I read this whole thing.
So exactly on that point, the thing that whirls around in my head, and I talked to one of the members of the Finance Board about this yesterday too, is that everybody's got these projects they're going to have to get done by 2026. So you do ask yourself, okay, we're in this crazy land bidding where everything's high. So, so I'm just saying, my head could put me in the place of dump the full 10 million or whatever we can put into general fund. Just dump it to use later, when after 2026, like, supply chain's gone, nobody has that craziness for everybody trying to get their projects done, and, everybody's looking for work. So you could say to yourself, shore up the general fund, helps us on the conservative side of that, but then we just have to be more patient with our projects, because
we would have to return
because
the money.
I'm afraid we're gonna spend a fortune on some of our big projects that we don't have to, because our bids are coming in so high. And it's because everybody's gonna be chasing the same deadline when we already have supply chain issues and we have labor demands, and it's like we're gonna pay, I just we're gonna pay way premium, when if we waited a couple years, we wouldn't. So that's for you guys to tool around, but I just think, broad creative strokes might be the way to go. I just, don't be afraid to go there, because I just think we gotta be smart about, this big crush to get everything done, when we already know we're having trouble getting people with the labor shortage and the supply chain issues, so.
I think that, I'm sorry, if I may, I think that to some extent, we need to wait and see and be flexible.
Yeah.
But for the fact that that's going to be actually a decision the city commission is going to have to make in terms of, as we get to the next budget year, we've got to do the pool. The pool won't last, 2, 3, 4 more years. And so the question is, take a portion of ARPA and then, and do the pool, and then put the rest in but it's going to need to be a process. We're not there yet, but our budget is balanced. We actually did better this year than we thought we would, largely because of ARPA. We've used $3 million to date in ARPA. But I don't think you close the door on that, but I think that you wait and see how we're doing, so that, the projects now, my point is, after we've combed through our capital, the projects that we have there now are projects that we need to do.
So I just want to say this. Nobody's more passionate about replacing the pool than me. Well,
How do you
we
know?
all are. I shouldn't say that. Yeah, that's not true. But I am saying, if we got bids now on a pool, phase 1, that's like astronomical, right? Like,
Right.
we're paying a premium when, I'm going to be extreme right now. Like, we're going to pay for phase 1 when in 3 years, we could pay for all of it, because of just how the market is right now, how everything is crazy with labor and supply chain. So that's my point. So my question then obviously goes to, how long can we keep that pool going to be smart with when we actually get the biggest bang for the buck when we bid it? So that's just what I'm saying. And I just, yeah. Flexibility is obviously a good word.
All right, I'm going to say something first.
Okay. Well, I was gonna. Mayor doesn't.
No, I let her go.
She did. She was
It's-
gracious enough.
So, I think what might be helpful, because we go through this every year, not to this extreme, right? But for the last 4 or 5 years, we've gone through this where we see the big hole. And we all know, as I think we agree, that we kind of have a policy of being conservative, but you're not picking these numbers out of a hat. You're looking at what is the county doing. And we have all, as a policy, written or unwritten, I think it's unwritten, agreed that that's the way to go, because they have got a much bigger economic and OMB forecasting group than we do, right? But I think what might be helpful for August is if you put your own spin on the general fund numbers. I don't care about anything else. Like what you think it really might be.
I can do that. I don't think it'll change much. I'm happy to do that. Yeah, happy to do that.
You don't think it's going to change much?
Not a lot, no. I think the revenues may go up a little bit.
I don't mean just for 1 year. I mean the
Oh, the
long term.
projection? Okay.
Yeah. If you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, I understand that. But if you had, somebody said to you today, I need you to put your best projection on what you know today, on what you think this is. I'd just like to see what that total 1.65 goes to. How much does that actually reduce? Because then I think it tells us, it gives us at least a goal of if we're gonna cancel projects, if we're gonna talk about canceling projects, it gives us a number. I think it would help us feel better because this number is so big. Do you understand what I'm saying, Jennifer? And it's not holding you to any feet to the fire. It's, you guys, both of you, look at this every day, and Scott, you guys look at this every day, so you know exactly what you think it might end up being and what it's showing now, and I'm sure you all have talked about it. I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
We'll work up some
Today.
scenarios for you.
But I think if you can talk about it and just,
Yeah, sure.
I don't want to make rash decisions today without seeing that.
No, I'm not.
You know, no, I know you're not. But I mean, I'd like to see, what does that 1.650 come down to? And then, okay. And then at the same time, if you all want to look back at some of those capital projects, I mean, I'm looking at them. I just picked out all the ones that were over $100,000, but they all look pretty darn necessary to me. I couldn't really pick out a whole lot that I thought were, needed to be moved out. But if y'all want to take a second pass at that, or other funding sources to look for some of that, if there's an option or whatever. I think what everybody's struggling with here is the big number on our long-range plan, and how do we just sit here and accept that?
And some
But we are also not privy to what you are privy to. I don't think we can sit here for the next 3 hours and solve it. So I think at least your average numbers would maybe help us feel a little bit better.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Now I'm going back to ARPA, because that was my question.
Because that could be part of the
I had
answer.
a definite question on ARPA. Is there a penalty? I mean, can you hold these funds for a better, financial climate or whatever without a penalty? See, I don't,
No.
you have to,
They got to be spent by December
Yeah.
2026.
you have to spend them within a certain time, so
But-
I don't
But we
get
can
it.
move up to 10, isn't it 10 million we can move to the general fund?
10 million revenue recovery, so in theory, yeah.
Right, and then we've created a flexibility in that regard, on that money.
Yeah, you still got to spend it, but it's flexibility, yeah.
Right, but again,
But when do you?
be easy to label
when
that
do you
as
have
being
to
spent,
spend
right?
it?
What she's asking is when do you have to spend it?
When do you have to spend it without penalty?
You're saying, I know what you're saying. I
If
know
you move
exactly
10
what you're
million out of
saying.
general fund, you've created more flexibility.
As revenue.
Because you pushed it to
replacement.
that side as revenue replacement.
And then
So
you
that
don't
helps your
have
general
to- and then you
fund.
don't have to do something with it by a specific time?
But you have to prove the revenue replacement.
Yeah, well,
You got to prove it.
well, you can, revenue replacement can be spent on, regular government services. We could spend it on fire, police, and things like that. So you can spend it on that. So you could move it over there. We just have to make sure from the grant reporting that we've
reporting?
drawn down, we spent all the dollars by December of 2026.
And that's the
It has to be
deadline.
That's the
encumbered
date.
by 2024 and
So I
spent by
guess the question is,
2026.
how much could we move to the general fund? And, basically, I mean, because I'm just, if you're, obviously, we spend way over that in the general fund. So how much could we legitimately then spend by the time that deadline comes? I'm just trying to take very deadline money
yeah.
to very flexible money, because then we actually give ourselves some breathing room and maybe end up with a better market to build in,
And the savings, yeah.
and help our general fund.
But 3 years is not a huge, I mean,
Well, that's what I mean, and everybody's gonna be crunching to build everything on top of supply chain.
correct, but I mean, it's not a huge, it's still, with all the ramifications and the gyrations, it's not a long time.
And I think a lot of it is, when do these projects need to be done? The golf course needs to be done now.
Yeah.
The pool maybe needs to be done now. I don't know exactly, very close to now, from what I've heard. Pickleball needs to be done now, because everybody wants it, so.
Yeah, that's a low-ticket item.
Hey,
Yeah,
we're
I know.
not canning pickleball.
But
400.
Okay.
I'll look at
so-
that more. We can look at that more and bring that back, yeah.
Yeah,
The whole
for
topic.
August, I just think it might, and I'm sure when you sit down and look at it, y'all will talk about a lot of other things that you'll bring back. We don't need to tell, you guys are the experts here. I think we're just saying, we're nervous about it, just like you are, and
I just think it's a unique opportunity because we have something strict, that part of it could be made flexible, which could help us overall, you know, that's all. And we get it that time, one time, and then we lose it. So I just think, we just need to make sure we're thinking of all the angles.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
may I think it's important that the commission understands, though, that when you do look at these projects, that we have pushed out and pushed out and
Yeah,
pushed
yeah.
out some of these projects, that a lot of these, they've got to be done. Others, you know, some of those capital projects we could look at that we have listed in the ARPA. But when you look at these general fund projects, you know, and every year when we start to budget, you know, we go through whether or not we can push it out. And we're getting to the point where we really can't. You know, I'm not sure how much less we can do, as far, certainly as far as repair and maintenance goes.
And they're all, I want to say this very carefully, you know, there's a repair and maintenance type project, and then
Right.
there's a capital type project. And sometimes that line gets blurry. That's all been studied pretty well, I assume.
Yes. Yeah. I think some of the projects, for example, the energy audit, we can certainly push that back, eliminate it if the city commission wants to. But the point is, though, that epic goal and that effort, the sustainability, what is the intangible issue?
I think somebody sneezed.
Almost, what is it, intangible issue almost immediately? You know, so those are the tough decisions the commission's going to have to make if we run into all that turbulence. I don't think that we need to make it this budget cycle, but it's certainly something that
No, I don't
is
think
on the
so
table.
either, But I do think seeing some of those more, I'll call them realistic, average numbers, even if it's just a total. Okay, we're not at 1.65, we're at 1.2, we're at 1. Whatever it is.
Right.
But the general fund notes that it is an increase in revenue, which is an increase in millage rate, or
A decrease
decrease in
expense
services, and all sorts of different things. So, you
in the
know,
middle.
I hear what the commissioner said about increasing the millage rate, but that is one of the ways to address the structural budget deficit, period. And you know, just, we've been very honest and very upfront with the city commission, at least since, you know, I got here. I'm not sure what happened before then, but that we have that hole and we need to address it. And you've had so many conversations here on the dais about how we're going to address it. But I think taking out projects and moving them out is just going to harm us in
Well,
the
at
long
some
run.
point,
Right.
yes, it will.
But I just want to say, Jennifer, I understand that, but all I want to say is, if I'm a homeowner and I have, you know, a roof replacement, okay? Like, unless, I mean, and I know if I put it out there now, I'm going to pay like double the cost.
Right.
And I wait 2 years, I'm going to actually get half the cost. I'm going to be like, I'm going to do everything I can to try to save it.
Right.
Because it's just, you know, pennies on the dollar, right? You're just trying to be, and that's my point. Now, I get it. At some point, you can't do that. And we may be looking at a bunch of stuff where like, we can't do that. And I get it. And I'm with you. Because I look at this budget and there's a lot of stuff we have gone over the stuff. It's not like this, we've gotten the low-hanging fruit out of here. So, I mean, I get it. But I'm just trying to, I'm worried about how much stuff is costing right now and the timing. And that's the only flexible I'm talking about. I know these are all important projects. And some, like, you'll look at them like, no, there's just no way. Like, community center can't wait on a roof. And I get it, so.
I totally support what you're saying, because when we all met a long time ago about ARPA, when we met with the city manager, I think I was the first one, and that's exactly what I said. Take all the money, spend it on infrastructure, spend it as fast as you can, because if you're gonna spend $1 million on roads, spend $2 million, because they're not gonna build that machine that lays that stuff down for 3 more years. So those guys are gonna get their time spent and used up. and do it as fast as you can, because the prices are gonna go up, and then decide what you wanna do. Well, now, with what's happening, I mean, that really holds true, with what's happening in the world, really holds true.
But let's
So-
give ourselves a big pat on the back, because City Hall, and I've had many developers say it, good for you guys, you got the good interest rate, and you did a bid that held the cost. Thank God we did that when we did. So, I mean, so it's us, you know,
Yeah, it's all relevant.
it's all relative, so.
Okay.
Good discussion, thank you.
Okay, what's the next item?
Next item is the stadium fund.
We'll go to 12. Huh?
Stadium fund? So,
Gotcha.
Page 86, God bless you.
Yeah,
God
page
bless.
86.
Well, this should be a yawner after that big.
Good news is I have nothing to say.
Wait, let me clap for that.
Yay!
Oh, phew, thank you, John, for letting us know.
The intergovernmental, excuse me, on the revenue side, we have a decrease in intergovernmental of 33% in '23 compared to '22, and that's basically because that's the last payment under the old prior agreement was in '22, so it's $1 million in '23. The transfer in is decreased in '23 compared to '22. There's no transfer to the general fund for operations. And the reason for that is we did an analysis of the fund, and we've been moving dollars over to the fund for the past 3 or 4 years to pay for operations. And due to the timing of the PDC and the stadium being completed, and the property taxes that we paid to date, and the insurance we paid to date, we've got about $270,000 of funds that we've moved over there that we haven't spent. So we feel that will cover 23 only. So basically, we're thinking that we can not move any money over in '23, and then '24 in future years, same, 265 continues. But that's why we have that change in the proposed. And I want to mention, we are still fine-tuning property insurance allocations, and that does affect the stadium fund and all funds. So that, I want to make that side note. I don't think they'll change a lot, but they will some possibly. And we also have a decrease in the transfer out in 2023, and that was, there was a $500,000 payback to the penny fund that took place in 2022. That's not in 2023. And then moving to the assumptions, I mentioned we have the transfers out from 24 to 28 for 265,000. Those are transfers from the general fund. And then we have operating costs of 3% increase per year. And then for this is the long-range plan for the stadium fund. This is basically our normal operating costs. The project's now done, as the commission knows, both the PDC and the stadium. So these are more ongoing operating costs now in '23 and future years. We're still looking to get more specific, more detailed information from the county on what our property taxes will be next year, because that full assessed value will hit the next tax roll in 2023, and we're still getting more detail on that. And also want to mention that towards the bottom, the second from the bottom row is reserved for capital, and we're showing there we're tracking the dollars that that are set aside as part of our agreement for reserve for capital for the stadium, for capital projects, and that we have amounts every year that increase that for naming rights and also the ticket revenue each year. Are there any questions on the stadium fund?
I have a really quick one.
I'm sorry.
You just
already
told
said
us you didn't have
any.
anything.
I was just kidding. The amount of money that we have in the operating, principally the operating is what? Is tax.
Operating is mainly taxes
It's
and
taxes.
insurance. Yeah.
It's taxes.
Yeah.
Because people don't know that, and I just want to
Yeah.
make sure that somebody is listening, that we actually pay taxes on the stadium.
Yeah.
We knew that, but,
That's right, yeah.
Well, we and the Jays. The
Yeah,
Jays pay
we share it.
taxes.
yeah, what is the percentage
The
of
the Jays pay the first 150, and then we split the difference.
What's the difference after the 150? Yeah, thank you.
The next time you say you're not going to ask something, we're not going to allow it.
You're
That's
gonna
gotta be-
fire me.
Go.
The next fund is the impact fee fund. And we've got a decrease of 40% in the projected revenue, and that's a reduction in the parkland impact fee in 2023 compared to 22. We're being more conservative with the estimated revenue in 23. We also have a decrease in the capital costs for, and this is for the pedestrian safety crossing improvements project at various locations of $140,000. That was in 22 and not in 23. And then and there is $60,000 in 23 for a multimodal, in the multimodal impact fee fund. For the assumptions in the impact fee funds, and again, I want to mention we have 4 impact fee funds in total, but the assumptions are the revenue estimates are based on, just the estimates for known development projects for that year, and we have transfers in from the CRA fund for parkland impact fee contributions. And this is the combined impact fee fund. This is what's in the budget book. For the budget, we roll them into one. And this is on page 88 and 89 of the budget document. It shows estimated revenue for the total impact fees, which includes, we have a multimodal impact fee, a parkland, a fire, and a police impact fee. And this is showing all of them combined. And then the multimodal impact fee on the next one shows that we've got revenue estimates based on expected development, known at this time. In 23, has a study for a safety crossing improvement for various locations project at $60,000. And for the parkland impact fee, we have no projected expenses in 23 at this time and no known projects in future years, as you can see. I do want to point out, as the commission knows, we did spend $500,000 out of this fund for the purchase of Jerry Lake this year, just a few months ago, out of this parkland impact fee. And the fund balance is about $280,000 still after making with Jerry Lake purchase. Then we've got the fire impact fee. There's no known expenses or no planned projects at this time, and we have our estimated revenues in this impact fee that are pretty minimal. And then for the law enforcement impact fee, again, no projected expenses at this time, and or the future years for this impact fee. Are there any questions on any of the impact fees?
It's not enough money to question.
Okay, Public Art Fund. There's a small decrease in our revenue estimates, which is based on is subject to our estimates of completion of development projects that would pay this fee, and also transfer in. We are putting a transfer in revenue of $25,000 in 23 for an interfund loan from the building fund to the Public Art Fund to provide additional funds for and cash to the fund to be paid back over a 3-year period. We had a loan about 3 years ago, and we're doing another smaller loan this year to sort of provide more funding to the fund. And we have a transfer out that's decreased to 0 on the expenditure side, and that is the final payment for the first loan was done in 2022 for $35,100, and there was no payment this year, and there will be the new $25,000 loan will begin to be paid back in 2024. And for the assumptions, we again mentioned the $25,000 interfund loan from the building fund, and that will be repaid over 3 years at $8,600 per year in 24 through 27. The Public Art Overview, the General Long-Range Plan on pages 90 and 91 of the book, proposed budget book. This fund is projected to have a negative balance at the end of 23. If you look at the very bottom, the yellow highlighted row, we are expecting development projects that elect to deposit the 0.5% of total project cost into the Public Art Fund will will increase the actual revenue received and provide a positive fund balance in the near future. This fund's been around for a few years. It's not a brand-new fund, but it's only been around a few years, and we're providing the $25,000 to give it some extra cash this year, and we'll continue to monitor it closely and also monitor the expenditures until we start getting projects that really contribute to the fund.
Jennifer, can you kind of talk about what you talked with me about, like what's going to help this fund be sustainable?
Absolutely. So, the Public Art Fund is funded by a 0.5 percentage point of the construction value of larger scale projects.
Like Parkland is. Yeah.
Yes, like Parkland is. We, developers have a choice. If they're developing a property that's subject to the public art impact fee, and that is they can do it on site and go through the public art process. I mean, they still have to go through the Arts and Cultural Advisory Committee and that type of thing, or they can pay into the fund. We're finding that they're actually doing it on their own site. So, so we're not generating the revenue into this fund. We'd like to do the transfer into the building, it's not much, but do the transfer in from the building fund. It's a low payment over the next 3 years, and then see how we go, as far as the economy and what we're able to generate into this fund. And if the commission wants to continue, the public art program, then we would have to fund it from general fund money in the future, maybe $10,000, $15,000, $20,000, $25,000 a year. We also are funding our public art consultant, and she implements the public art master plan. And there's curating involved in the public art master plan. We've actually put together. It's underfunded, to be sure, and the commission would need to make decisions in the future as far as funding. But for this year, I think the transfer in is enough, just because we have plenty of other stuff to do this year.
Well, I mean, you have to be concerned because you have to be concerned at the fund balance. And I totally understand, because the assumption was everybody's going to put the 0.5% in. And then when you have the developers coming in and they'll say, no, we want to do our own, we'll go through the process. I mean, so that hasn't played out exactly, but you need your crystal ball for that.
Yeah. And if I may, Commissioner, the way to make that play out is actually in the public art fund that I worked with previously. If you were to pay, or if you were to do it, it's 0.5. So you actually pay more to do it on your own site.
So you could tweak
Yeah.
to make it more amenable to actually pay the 0.5.
And that was an
And that's
option
what
to
you
do here when we adopted the ordinance, but as you recall, there's a lot of pushback from the development community. And so, we adopted the ordinance as is. But the point is, though, that the public art is going in on site, and it's going through our public art process as well. So
Absolutely.
that's the important point.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, sir.
And I don't know what the difference is, why we want to build the fund and do the art ourselves, or have the developer do the art. I mean, the goal with this was art.
Right.
And so the fact that if the developers are wanting to do it on their own, I guess I'm okay with that. But my question would be is when they do it on their own, and they're going through the process, are they making sure that the amount of money that they're spending is equal to the 0.5%?
Yes.
They're not just slapping up
No.
coat of paint and saying, yeah, we're good.
So the, 0.5% of the construction value, then they go through the Arts and Cultural Advisory Committee, they go through the Public Art Subcommittee that they put together for the project. It has to be an original piece, it has to be a professional artist, and so on and so forth. So, and meet the criteria of the Public Art Master Plan, so.
And if there's conversation over maybe raising the percentage if they do it on their own, I'd be interested, at least for the educational purpose, in understanding why they might push back on that. And not just, whatever it is, go the cheaper route for them. I don't know why that they would want to argue over the 0.25%, because they're insistent on doing it themselves.
Right.
That I don't understand, but I don't know if it's a discussion for today.
Just I'm not proposing that at all. I mean, the public art program is
Just
going
giving
well
an
in my
example.
mind. Right, I'm just giving you an example of a way that can be addressed, and I don't want, I'll have developers calling me this afternoon. So I don't want to say we're proposing
There's one
that.
right there.
Yeah, right.
Well, I mean, I think the point is that we looked at a PAMP for a long time, and it's now in place. It's working well. We're seeing, some really amazing art and public places throughout the community. So, I
How we
would,
build on it.
yeah, it's just how you continue to build on this and build on the successes that you're going to have. I mean, with the water tower, you're going to have a lot of the wonderful art and public places in front of the city hall. There's a lot coming forward that people really can point to and say, and I'm not taking away from developers that have chosen to interweave, because we have some glorious
Yes.
places where,
Yeah, we're lucky.
for the Kokolakis, that they
They
have
always do
just
more, I think.
done
Yeah.
an
Maybe more than that.
amazing
We're lucky.
job with some of their glorious public art they have added. And they did that really from the spirit, from the,
Yes, and that project for Artisan actually went in before the ordinance was adopted.
Though, this fund is also supposed to, the art that we own, it's supposed to help us
Curate.
maintain it.
Right.
correct.
Yes.
And I don't know that a lot of that's been happening.
Well, no, actually, the maintenance, when we originally adopted the Public Art Master Plan, we went to each department to set aside a portion to maintain the art. For example, Parks and Rec, I think Community Center paid for bounce, for the maintenance of bounce and that type of a thing. So when we install it, what we designate is how much maintenance will cost and insurance and that type of a thing. And typically, if it's related to a specific facility, we'll bake that into their budget.
Did bounce get restored?
Bounce was restored.
Yes.
I
and
remember, but
looked
it just-
so much better.
Yeah.
It was getting.
was really getting-
It was getting.
It was bad.
It
Looks great.
A little ragged, but it looked fabulous.
Well, for these,
And that artist has passed away.
So I
For the-
probably was even.
Right, more important.
the development that happens, the art that happens on private property, it's a developer,
That's their responsibility.
it's their maintenance. So when we talk about the
Correct.
fund for maintenance,
Right.
that's just the true public art, the stuff that's on our.
And the
Public
other-
property,
The
correct.
other piece, and I don't mean to take us down a rabbit hole, but it's all about what this fund is supposed to be covering.
Yes.
We were gonna have and maybe it'll come with the new website, maybe it's already there and I haven't seen it. It was, sort of where's all photographic evidence, where all the public art is, and here's how you can visit it and description.
And they're working on that now.
And
Okay,
she-
good.
Yeah, and she really, that's also part of, if you know where it is, then you know how much maintenance
Yeah, and you can
it
take your
needs,
walking tour.
Right.
So then
Okay.
it's sort of woven together.
That's right, yes.
All right, so for this year, we've got some money, but in the future, we're gonna have to figure it out. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so just the other side of what public art did is before, wasn't like we wouldn't get some art. We got hodgepodge stuff,
Right.
Like all of a sudden,
It
some
wasn't
people be like, hey, we're gonna give,
connected.
and it wasn't connected. And I think that's what Elizabeth and the Arts Board, who do amazing job, and the artists involved have done for us. Have given
Y'all
us
are
a
good.
process.
You don't have to come up and do anything, I
Yeah,
swear to God.
They've given us a process. They've given us a process, which I think is really important, and including, I agree.
Right.
Seeing what we have. I still love the statues. See the statues in front of
I
the
do
Storage
too.
Museum is my favorite public art.
Well, and that was also, but indeed, that also was financed by a private
It was.
individual.
Yeah, right, Melba.
So, you're always looking at private individuals that are willing to go through the public art
She did it with quality.
process.
I see people taking pictures there constantly.
It is
that's what
fabulous.
public art does
Melba,
for you.
we should thank Melba every day. Melba. So, anyway,
Okay, I am gonna say it's time to take a break.
hallelujah.
Okay.
Hour and a half. No, not until we come back. No, I meant, it's been a,
Let me see if lunch is here.
Yeah.
Okay, lunch is here. So we can eat it, because if
Oh,
not here, we can't
surprise
eat it, right?
all right, so we are, what do we want, 45 minutes? 45 minutes?
45?
Is that good for everybody?
You better not say that on camera.
We'll be back at All right, we will get back started. Les and Ashley, I think we're on the building fund, right? Okay.
Okay. Some highlights in the building fund. We have a revenue increase in 2023 due to an estimated increase in the building land use permits of about 10% over 2022. I want to mention on March 18, 2021, the City Commission approved revising the fees in ordinance number 21-12. The goal of this fee reduction was to work towards being in compliance with State Code Section 553.80, Florida State, which allows for no more fund balance carry forward than the average of the last 4 years' operating budgets. We went over this last year. Just wanted to mention it again as we walk through this, and we're working towards that goal and monitoring that closely. We had a decrease in transfer ins in fiscal year 23 compared to prior year, and that was due to the final year of the payback from the public art fund that was just mentioned on the last fund. Personnel costs increased by 5.7% in 2023, and that's due to the 4% COLA and also the org study adjustment of 4%, and there was also an offset to that for the health costs. Allocation to that fund went down because the 22 actuals are trending lower than budget in the building fund. The operating costs decreased by 3.9% in fiscal year 23, and that's due to the removal of or completion of some fiscal year 2022 ERP projects, and also we moved the Esri GIS software to the IT fund out of the building fund, those costs. And for building fund assumptions, just permit fees are growing at estimated 3% per year in the model. Miscellaneous is 1%. We have transfer in from the Public Art Fund for that $25,000 loan that we just mentioned on the last fund. Expenditures are 3.5% from 24 to 28 merit increases. Benefits at 6%. Operating costs 2%. We have that transfer out to the Public Art Fund of $25,000. And in the overview of the fund, this is on page 92 and 93 of the budget document. The available fund reserves at the end of 23 are just over $2 million. And as mentioned, we're monitoring that fee ordinance that I just discussed. We're projected in 26 to have a fund balance of $1.371 million, and that's just about where we should be with that 4-year average. So we think we're heading in the right direction on that. We'll continue to monitor that this year and next year. Any questions on the building fund?
Nope.
Okay, the gas tax fund, county gas tax fund. Gas tax revenues are budgeted at 9.9% more than 22 budgeted amounts. Gas tax revenues are coming in above budget for the current year by 8.4%. So our 23 budget is assuming growth of 1.4% more than 22 actual estimate, and that's consistent with the County of Pinellas' current budget projections. We had an increase in operating costs of 113%, and that's due to the fact we increased in the budget city sidewalk inspection program in 23 by $150,000 for the 1 year. And we had a decrease in capital cost of 10% in 23 due to the fiscal year 22 budget, including $35,000 for the Alt 19 downtown street print enhancements, and there's no budget for that in 23. And the assumptions are, we've got, I mentioned the 23, and for 24 through 28, we have modest, very low growth like prior years, and those are the same estimates that the county currently has in the outer years. Miscellaneous is 1%, and operating is 3% estimate increase. And then county gas tax overview. This is on page 94 and 95 of the budget document. Just want to mention here that the available fund balance is in 23, the bottom highlighted number under the far left column is $169,000, and 43% of the operating budget, and we're still well above our 15% target even after us increasing the sidewalk cost by $150,000 in 2023, and then that fund balance grows somewhat over the model. Are any questions on the gas tax fund?
Any questions on the gas tax?
Right, I think gas tax. Right.
How was that built?
Oh, yeah.
Questions?
Les, could you talk a little faster?
I can if you want.
I'm teasing. I mean, it's sort of like, blah, 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 blah. Okay, any questions? Let's go.
Okay, let's get to the penny fund. That's the good stuff.
Okay, penny fund highlights. Other taxes represent the penny surtax sales tax revenue. There's an average of 18.8% increase in the fiscal year budget over 22 budget amount. The 22 budget, as I mentioned earlier, was conservative and consistent with the county projections last year. 23 budget's based on our 22 estimated actuals. Our estimate for 22 is $4.935 million, and our 23 budget is $4.989 million, just under $5 million. And I want to point out that the growth in 23 is only 0.7. It's less than 1%. That's conservative, I know, but that's what the county's estimating right now. So they're obviously expecting somewhat of a slowdown in retail. So that's what we have. So our 23 revenue estimates is conservative at just under 1% and consistent with the county. The intergovernmental revenues are in revenue in 23. They're in 23, the $700,000 is, for 23, represents the city's portion of the state grant application we did with the county for the Gladys Douglas property, and $700,000 is our portion of that. The 22 amount of $471,000, that represented an ARPA estimated revenue recovery for the federal grant back last year in our 22 budget. Since the 22 budget was completed back in September 21, the city's had, ARPA staff recommendations in our plan that we discussed in February 28th workshop, and we have direction, on our current list of projects in ARPA will be spent on. So the penny fund will receive no ARPA funding directly, and that'll be a budget amendment we'll be bringing forward at some point in 22. But that's what that was at that time. We're still figuring out ARPA at that point. We had a reduction in capital cost of 68%, and in 23 compared to 22, and that's due mainly to the completion of the City Hall project in 22 and not being budgeted in 23. And we had an increase in debt service, and that's basically due to a full year of debt service for the City Hall loan. The City Hall debt service is $2.6 million per year, and it'll be paid off before the end of Penny 4, as we mentioned earlier today in the meeting. On the penny fund assumptions, I mentioned 23, and the assumptions from 24 to 28, they're 3.5 and 3.9. Then they're kind of bounce around, but those are the current county estimates. The estimates from 24 to 28 are higher than they were a year ago in the outer years by the county, but we're matching their estimates at this point in our model. We got miscellaneous revenue. We do have a placeholder in the penny fund in 24 for $250,000 proceeds for the sale of the Jones building, and we also have a transfer in for the water wastewater share of the City Hall financing of $468,000 per year. And for the penny fund overview, the penny fund's available fund balance, I want to point out at the end of 28, that's the bottom row highlighted out on the far right. We have an unobligated fund balance of $4.9 million. Then that's about pretty close to 10% of the estimated penny 4 revenue stream, which is kind of, kind of a goal we had back a year and a half ago or so to try to stay in that range. I want to mention that the parking garage project is in the penny fund. It's in a few funds, but I want to just mention that the project page is page 303 of the budget book. But in that project page, in our proposed budget, it has that the penny fund will contribute $2.7 million, the CRA will contribute $1.5 million, and the remainder it was unfunded with the goal that we would receive a grant to cover that $2 million difference. The total project cost is $6.2 million in our proposed budget. the grant that was submitted was not successful. So just want to point out that we currently have $2 million unfunded for that project. We'll continue to look for grant opportunities, of course, the city, the staff will. But if we're not successful with a grant, then we'd need to fully fund that $2 million, and we would probably put another $1 million in penny and another $1 million in the CRA fund to fully fund the parking garage project. Because we'll continue to look for grants, but if we're not successful with that, which won't be easy to do to get a grant for it, then if we would need to fully fund it with another $2 million. And the plan was before to have that other $1 million in CRA and in penny, and we're just kind of going back to that since the grant's not successful. So I mentioned that. Are there any questions on the penny fund?
Questions? Comments? Yeah, go ahead.
One that I had on the Gladys Douglas development, is there any grant money coming in to offset that, or is that all straight out of the penny?
Here, Vince.
The Florida Community Trust grant was for $2.4 million. The county gets back 1.5, so we're equal partners in purchase, and there'll be $900,000 left that could be used for development.
So so this penny money's on top of that 900,000 for the
Yes.
development? Okay,
Yes.
that's what I wanted to understand.
Where is it shown exactly again?
Well, penny's here, I don't know where the 900,000 shows up.
Well, the $900,000 is the grant that we're going to be getting.
Yeah.
Does it show up in the budget at all?
We have grant revenue of 700,000 in fiscal year '23.
Is that the intergovernmental?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, it'll be between 700 and 900,000 based on what the due diligence costs were. We'll get fully reimbursed. So it
that
will
in the
be,
penny,
my mistake, it will be between 700.
Oh, so it actually is part of it then?
Yes.
It is part of it,
Page
okay.
96.
Yeah, page 96, under budget year 22. If you look there, the second line down, on page 96.
Okay.
Intergovernmental, yeah.
So I guess, again, let me just so I understand. So that grant money is on top of what's shown on 98 and 99, or it's included in what's shown on 98 and 99?
So we've got, in '23 and '24, we've got 1.3 million budgeted for Gladys Douglas. 700,000 will pay for that, so.
It's part of the 1.3. That's my question, okay, thank you.
The 700,000?
The 700,000 will offset the expenses.
Okay.
Right. We're spending 1.3 in expenses in our budget, and we've got $700,000 coming reimbursed
Right.
to pay.
Which means we have more of a balance in the penny. That was really my, okay.
Right.
Nope, that was my only question, because we've been through this fund a lot.
So I'd like to just make a comment about the parking garage, if I may, without getting into the details of the parking garage at all. If we need to have something set aside, it would seem like this might be the place to do it then. But a slight delay. Just, nobody wants to say that, of course.
You're
The
what?
garage people.
What'd you say?
If we need to have any extra monies for any reason, I would set that project, slight delay on that project until we really understand what's happening down there as well. But for right now, if we needed it.
Well, you know what I've always said. I just don't. I think parking garages are coming to the end of their time. Standalone parking garages, would it be, not the kind of parking garages that are intertwined with the development. I get that, but I think standalone are coming to the end of their time.
Well, we're going to get a presentation on that, so.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
and that's coming up, so.
Well, and that presentation won't happen until after we're able to meet with the county to talk about TIF and their level of TIF. So, because we would need to present the garage and the finance plan, same way we do with City Hall. And, what those funding sources are, so. So I'm meeting with them on August 4th. Not sure if we're going to have any sort of definitive information thereafter, but we'll bring it to you as soon as we can, as soon as we have that plan.
You know, what I meant to say is I think they're obsolete. I think it's like the dinosaurs. So I can really tell you what I think.
Anything else from the penny? Okay.
Okay, the next fund is our ARPA fund. That's on pages 100 and 101 of the proposed budget. Intergovernmental revenues, which is the federal funding, is increased by 10% over 22. The total ARP funds for our city in total we'll receive will be 18.3 million. We received half that in October 21, and we expect the second half to be received in October 22. The ARPA fund, as mentioned in the notes on page 100, in our budget document, we've got $3,020,000 of the ARPA funds in general fund for revenue recovery, and then we've got the 15.3, the difference between the 18.3 and the 3 million that's in the ARPA fund. So that's how it's broken out in the 23 budget. There'll be a budget amendment brought forward to the commission at some point in 2022 to adjust the revenue in 2022 in the ARPA fund and the general fund both for the current year. The operating budget for 23 represents, for operating costs, represents the Clearwater Ferry contribution of $55,000, the marketing campaign for brand awareness of $100,000, downtown Looper service in 23 of $175,000, and the fiscal year 22 budget amount for that was an estimate for revenue recovery for the penny fund that I mentioned a few minutes ago. And again, there'll be some adjustments for that in 2022 because the plan has changed since then. For capital cost, we've got, it includes our current plan projects that we presented to the commission in February of this year for the ARPA funding. The details of those are on page 100, 101 of the budget book. For the assumptions in the ARPA fund, I mentioned before that with the breakdown of the revenue, we've got 18.3 million in total, and we've got two different payments, half received last year, half we'll get in October this year. And I also mentioned the $3 million was in the general fund. And for the overview of the fund, I want to point out that we currently have, if you look under 2025 column, we currently have that number of 435,947. That amount is the amount that's unobligated to date for the ARPA money program. It's to be determined, basically, in the book is what we're calling it. So we have that amount, plus I want to mention two things that have changed that sort of affect that number moving forward. One is that staff just recently got a formal bid for the pickleball courts, a pickleball project, and the budget for that in our budget is $400,000 for pickleball, and staff received bids, and the project, excuse me. Updated estimates, okay, excuse me. Thanks, updated estimates, excuse me. The updated estimates for the cost of it are $650,000. That's $250,000 more than the $400,000 was, and the reason for that was mainly some soil work that needed to be done at the Eagle Scout Park, which increased the cost of the project. I'll let Jorge add to that, and I also want to mention that we are presenting to the commission the ARPA nonprofit grants at the next meeting on 26th as part of the CM update, and we will be presenting that. And the budget for nonprofits was $550,000 that we set aside, and the recommended grant awards that are about $275,000 less than that. So that program will be coming in less than we had set aside. So just want to mention that as well, because that may come into play with the unobligated number. So you want to add to that?
Yes, on the pickleball courts, we did get an estimate of $400,000 back in January, but the schedule that I had passed out to the commission on May 19th showed that we were doing a geotechnical survey because there was some suspicion there was debris and certain things underneath the soil. at Eagle Scout Park on the north side of the tennis courts. So we had a company come out and do a geotechnical survey and found out the soil conditions, and there is a sign of debris underneath, and that needed to be, there's going to be some additional work that has to be done. And that additional work is what brought the price another $250,000 so that the courts can be stabilized and not be sinking, in years to come. So that work's going to need to be done, and that's an additional $250,000.
So that's like a lot. Like, can I just get a shovel and pack some dirt? Because, God, that's $250,000?
It was previously, as you, I think many of you know, was a landfill.
Yeah, I know,
And so
I know.
the,
So it must be bad.
Is there,
Right.
is there any
That's a lot of money.
benefit to changing the location?
Thank you.
there would be, yeah. We wouldn't have to mitigate
So
it.
can we consider that?
Yeah.
We can, our last direction from the commission was to press forward, and this is the location that we have. Well, we can certainly discuss it at the direction of the commission.
Just forward
I
and
mean,
put it right.
I'm 100% good with changing it, but again, we're going to be back into bureaucratic world, because when are we going to decide what's at Sterling? Because I've got people every day, I'm exaggerating, every week, what's the timeline? What's the timeline for the pickleball? What's the timeline? So if we're going to take it from a timeline of next May, which I believe is the last timeline, to like infinity and beyond, because we haven't done community input on Sterling, then I say no. I say we do it. But I get it. I think it's a good alternative, but how is it going to drag it out? Because we
Yeah,
got
I don't
people
know, that's-
constantly asking me,
I don't know, that's
when are
why
we going to
I'm,
do it?
that's why I'm asking.
Can't we stripe more tennis courts?
Maybe you all can talk about it. Yeah, I'm not looking for an answer,
I support that total.
but, if that helps, if it's the timeline isn't too terribly out of whack.
Can you
Okay,
ask
I
them
don't
to
know
go
any of
with
those
me?
things. I don't
What we
know.
can do is,
talk
at the
about it.
direction of the commission, we can, staff can sit back a little bit and put together a timeline as far as Sterling Park and what it would look like, because, it's all about that community input that we all committed to, the commission and staff, of course, in regards to activities at Sterling Park. And so, let us put together for you what that revised timeline would like, if we want to consider that, vis-à-vis what the timeline would be like if we move forward at Eagle Scout Park.
Would you please, because it's their money and others' money, and we're accountable for how that gets spent.
Yeah, and I guess this is, probably wasn't smart of me. I was just move it over to Sterling and call it a day. I wasn't thinking about waiting for all the input.
No, because I actually think the pickleballers might like it better. I don't know that for a fact.
No, but I agree with you on that.
But
That's why I was just
don't want it to
thinking,
be infinity and beyond.
right, I wasn't thinking waiting for a whole, it's just a piece of the whole thing, But, again, I think I'll just leave it to you all,
Yeah.
if
Let
that's
us-
okay with the
right.
commission, to just have that dialogue and
Let us put together some information for
see
you.
if it's
and bring it back.
worthwhile or not worthwhile, I don't know.
With the geotechnical stuff that you did, do we know whether or not there's going to be any impact to the existing tennis courts that are there?
Good afternoon, Jorge Quintas, Deputy City Manager. The geotechnical study was actually two-phase. They did the traditional hand auger borings and localized borings. That indicated that there was more buried material than what was expected. So we actually had to coordinate with our public services folks to do test pits, actually show up with a piece of equipment and dig pits where the geotechnical engineer suggested that we should investigate further. That confirmed that there's quite a bit of material buried. To your point, Commissioner Farini, the $250,000 scenario, that's the cheap scenario. That's using a geotextile fabric to span this material as opposed to over-excavating it or driving piles to try to span it and build a slab. Then you can build a court over top. So we can certainly look at other locations, but the area that we were focused on was where the pickleball courts would go, not the existing tennis courts. I don't think that Vince has experienced any issues there. They've been there for a while, so. We could do some borings underneath that, but we don't see any signs of settlement there, so.
We think those courts are okay. Yes.
Okay, and I know this is probably the wrong way to think, but if the same material is underneath the tennis courts and the tennis courts have been fine for decades, Is there a real concern for that area?
Yes.
Okay.
Given what we're seeing, yes, you need to do something or it will settle.
Okay, so you can come back to us, and you've heard everybody's concerns and.
We will, and
Time sensitivity and whatever.
I appreciate the consensus direction to look at a different site and come back and bring the two timelines back to all of you. But, previously, up until now, we were go, go, go. So,
Well, I think it's still go, go, go.
Right, because are we ready to bid it?
are we ready to bid?
We're presently working on our bid specifications.
So we can move
for-
forward
for-
with bid,
for a
right? While
design-
we actually
design
look
build.
at this other concept?
Well, I think we need to get to the bid specifications, but to bid it when we might be changing the location might be an issue. Because, we're going to bid it, have people submit, and then, I don't know how our professional staff feels about that, but they're going to submit based upon the location, obviously, and construction, so.
But again, if we
That
do
makes-
like what the bids are, that might help our decision process too, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like maybe it won't be 650,000. I'm just,
Well, it's difficult for contractors if we put out to bid and
Yeah.
think that, right, and we know we're going to change location, right.
Contract and not.
right,
But-
obviously it would be a new bid.
We can get up to bid, though, right, yeah.
And is there a reason it would hold it up if you're still getting the bid specs ready?
Well, the pickleball courts are pretty much the same sizes and the same materials, fencing, LED lighting. You might put some shelters on some of the courts, so there's a few different differences. But the thought was to do a design build, basically, because a lot of these companies, actually, the tennis builders actually design them and build them for you based on if you have anything unique that you might want to add to the courts.
So we're coming back, what, August 18th?
16th, yeah.
16th, and we're on the 22nd of July. You can give us a general,
We can do that.
we're only talking about a couple weeks.
Yeah. Vince, do you have any sense of what the pickleball players would prefer in location?
Which
Between those
location?
two?
I think they'd be happy just to have dedicated courts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
I think either location works. They play at Eagle Scout now. There's 2 courts there now that are converted from a tennis court. So those courts are always being well used. They also play at the 4 courts at Highlander.
yeah, I was just curious if they had a definite, because that would help too, just to know for sure.
Sterling, you've got the
It might be for Sterling.
concession stand refreshment site, so.
John, you had something?
Yeah, I have a quick question on the numbers, if I may. Can you just tell me about the total expenditures? What, that top line there, roughly what does that add up to, or? All the way across?
No, I get it. We're still talking about the American Rescue?
Yes,
Okay. The expenditures?
yes.
Or 22 through 25 is 15.2 million.
15.2?
Yes,
So how much did we get?
18.3.
18.3.
Okay.
Yeah, we're putting 3 million in the general fund, so it'd be about 15.3 here.
Okay, so I didn't see a note, but I was wondering what the heck happened. Thank
It'd be
you.
about 15.3 and then.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So what'd you say on the unobligated, that's the 435,000?
That's 435.
Okay, I just want to make sure I didn't miss that.
Okay, next. CRA?
Yeah, next is CRA. For the revenues, the TIF property tax revenues are an increase of 14.9% over '22. That's due to the increased assessed valuations. Debt proceeds in the '23 budget are zero. In '22, we had a budget for debt proceeds for the purchase of downtown parking lot. It's not in '23. And personnel costs increased by 11% in '23 over '22, and that's due to the cost of living and the 4% increase in the org study, and also some increase in healthcare cost in '23. Capital costs have decreased by $4.5 million, and that's due mainly to the '22 budget included the parking lot project of $4.1 million, and that's got a zero budget in '23. And for assumptions, we've got the property tax in '23 of 13.82 AV growth, and the future years are consistent with the county's estimates at this time, and from '24 to '28. And salaries from '24 to '28 are 3.5%, and benefits are 6%. Operating costs are 2% increase. And then for the fund overview, want to point out, under the revenues in 2024, we're showing $4 million in debt proceeds in the CRA, and that's in there for the Skinner Boulevard project of $2.5 million and the parking garage of $1.5 million. That's anticipated financing for those two projects. Also wanted to mention that the penny fund, I mentioned earlier that the penny fund and the CRA fund may be impacted by the parking garage. The parking garage has $2 million unfunded, so if we were to decide to fully fund that now, we'd need to add about $1 million to CRA, and that would increase their contribution to that project from 1.5 to 2.5 for the parking garage. The CRA is projected to have, under 23, projected to have a fund balance of $115,000 in 23, and then the fund balance is growing in the outer years. I also want to mention that in 25, for our property tax amount, we've adjusted 25 downward for the county contribution. The expectation is the county will be, beginning of 2025, they'll be, their contribution will be the same as our millage rate, which is 4.135. Their millage rate has been 5.3%, so we'll be getting less money from the county from 25 and future years. Are there any questions on the CRA fund?
I do have a question. If you add the parking garage, I'm just curious, Bob, you're adding another $1 million to the CRA, and we bought, there's a lot going on the CRA fund, so I don't know. How do you feel about that?
You know, I'm looking at it together with actually Les and Ashley, look at some numbers. We got a couple projects that are challenged too, that are going to be a little bit more money. You know, I certainly think parking is a need, but yeah, also somewhat concerned long range, so, yeah.
I just wonder.
Sure,
Thank you.
sure.
The leased parking going down from 256,000 in 2024 to 160,000 in 2025?
We definitely took $36,000 off there about when we purchased the property there at Scotland and Douglas. The other items, I don't know, less.
It's between 24 and 25, though, that's why I was curious.
Oh, yes, the other one would be Ocean Optics, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
So we currently are about $48,000 a year in Ocean Optics, and we got about $36,000 that was in the property that was recently purchased, so that would probably resulting in some of that going down. We are looking to keep the key leases that we feel are very, you know, economical and efficient, you know, for our downtown.
Thank you, Bob.
And I don't see where that is, I just can't see it right now quick enough, but what is it, 101,000 we pay a year for the maintenance of
Monroe.
the Monroe garage, correct?
Yeah, I think it's a little less. I think close enough, but I think it might be more around, the less you got, I think it might be around $97,000 for the maintenance, yeah, for the garage.
So together with the maintenance.
Sorry, what do you have?
It's about 100,000, but that's general fund.
Okay, yeah.
The general fund, yeah.
Yeah.
So with that and leases that we have, current leases right now, we're spending how much quick?
$250,000, $254,000 a year in parking right now for downtown, $254,000.
Almost all of that either out of a general fund or out of the CRA fund.
Yeah, majority is the CRA fund. Yeah, all the leases are coming out of the CRA, the $254,000, and on top of that, we have the maintenance on the parking garage at Monroe, which I think Ashley just said was around $100,000. So you probably got about $355,000 for parking each year.
350,000.
355,000, yes. Yeah.
But the only other alternative, though, is to require people to add more parking when they're building something, right?
Yeah, that's certainly,
Which you've certainly been a huge advocate to not do.
Well, we're in a different point of time than we were initially where we are. So I think that some things can be certainly looked at and evolve. You know, the downtown's evolved over a period of time. I think we certainly looked at a more favorable parking requirement in order to encourage the redevelopment, but now we're at a different stage
Yeah,
than we were 10 years ago, so 5 years ago.
And the Monroe parking garage agreement is for how long? Till what year?
It was 20 years. I don't have that right on top of my head, but
Expires August 1st, 2037.
thank you. Yeah.
I'll probably be dead.
I'll move my car.
Well, I mean, it seems a long way away, but it's not, you know, just, it's another.
goes by quick.
Another play, right? It's
Time goes
another
by
play.
quick, no question.
That's why I'm saying 2026 is just a
Yeah,
snap.
it's a snap,
But it-
sands of time, right?
But if you recall, at that point in time, we didn't have all the funding that was necessary, so we really did something pretty creative in order to get
No,
that
no,
happen.
no,
Absolutely.
absolutely
Yeah,
not.
nobody's complaining.
No,
not
nobody's complaining
Oh,
about
okay.
that.
Just being
It's-
aware that, you know.
Oh, it goes
you have
quick.
These layers of
Yeah.
issues, so
Yeah,
be-
certainly.
think about.
And then when, you know, whatever the developer's going to do with Ocean Optics,
Yes.
we're going to be hurting big time for parking. Big.
You have that, and we have Meats Materials, we're kind of situated a little
At
bit
the
like.
other end of the street.
Yes, but I was just going to say, similar to the pickleball, we got estimates that are higher than what we originally budgeted, so.
Where are you talking about?
The old post office, we call it Meats Materials, that was the deal with Baycare, and we also have some geotech soils type things that are driving the cost up quite a bit higher than what was expected, so.
And we drive them down.
It just, I assume it's just in the building material? Because it's not, like, it's just a parking lot, right? So,
Commissioner, it's the retaining walls, once we go ahead and look to do things with taking the building down and stuff.
nothing's easy, right?
Yeah, the retaining walls, which drive up the cost because they're all got to be redone.
Yeah.
And we've been working very closely with engineering, and I know Russell's behind me, and some other staff to try to see how we can come up with something creative. So we're looking to present to you here at an upcoming CRA meeting. I spoke with the city manager here yesterday, actually. So we're going to present that to you. And the Douglas Crosswalk is actually quite a bit of items that we're going to present to you at the upcoming CRA.
So we'll be talking about the Douglas crosswalk.
We will. Again, we had costs, across the board with the city. Obviously, the contractor estimates are coming in higher. So it's just the nature of the,
Flashing light up and call it a day.
I'm sorry?
I'm being facetious.
Okay.
We will be presenting at the CRA in September. Actually, there's no CRA in August.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you got it. Yes, in September. We'll be presenting. But yeah, across the board, you've heard this ad nauseum
Cost
from
of
all
material.
department heads and contractors, yeah. So,
Yeah, it's just a really difficult time.
Timing.
Yeah.
It is, but you certainly should applaud yourselves and Jennifer and the rest of everybody else for City Hall to get low interest rates and get that done with Manhattan. And now we're unfortunately in this state. And it makes it very, very challenging, whether it's pickleballs, PRAM, or CRA projects, or any other thing. They're all coming in higher. So.
Anything else from anybody? Thank you, Bob.
Okay.
Did you have something?
Get a chance to.
Next fund is the solid waste fund. We have an increase in service charges of 3.5% compared to '22. Debt proceeds for the purchase of vehicles in '23 has increased by $1.1 million. The vehicles included in '23 include 5 different vehicles that total that amount that are to be ordered. And we do lease financing for the fleet for solid waste. Personnel costs increase of 17% due to the COLA of 4% and the org study that was discussed earlier of 4%, and also the impact of some of the changes for the Director of Public Works positions, and we made some changes between the splits in departments for the directors, so that was part of that increase as well. Operating costs have increased by 12.4% in '23 over '22. And that's mainly due to $259,000 increase in recycling processing fees and disposal fees, $165,000 for fleets ISF fees, and $37,000 for administrative fees increasing, and also $30,000 for an HVAC replacement. in 2023. And capital costs have increased $422,000, and that in '23, and that's due to, again, the increase in the fleet replacements in the solid waste fund in '23 compared to prior year. In '23, we plan to purchase a Kenworth Easy Pack, an Auto Car New Way ASL, and an Auto Car Easy Pack, and those total $976,000. There's three that'll be purchased this year. There was only two last year. One was a smaller, less costly vehicle.
Are those electric? Okay.
Not yet, no. In the future. Solid waste assumptions. Charges for services are 4%. That's the rate increase from year over year. And we've got that going out to 25 in the fund. And then stopping, because that's as long as our current ordinance goes. We've got salary from 24 to 28, consistent with the others at 3.5% merit, and benefits 6% increase, and operating costs are 2% increase. And for the solid waste long-range plan, the fund balance in 2023, which is the very bottom yellow highlight, it's at over 20%. The target for this fund is 15, so it's within its target in that year. And then it's 12.8 in '24, and then slightly under target at that point. And the available fund balance falls below zero in '26 and after. And a lot of the reason for that is in the revenue assumptions in '26 and '27, we've got zero growth in those 2 years. In the utility rates, consistent with prior year budgets. And want to mention the plan now is a new rate study will take place in '24 to determine the rates beginning in fiscal year '25 and for that next 5-year period. And want to mention we have lease financing costs, debt proceeds in the revenue section, in the fourth line down under revenues for capital vehicle purchases throughout the model. Are there any questions on the solid waste fund?
Yeah.
Yes, you talked about a rate study, me and rate studies. So is this something we can do in-house?
No, I don't believe so. I mean, we've had, last one was done by, I know, a firm called Stantec, I believe, and
How much did that cost us about, do you know?
I'll have to defer to 25,000.
So I don't understand that, but we can talk about that some other time, but I just don't understand that. I mean, there that goes. And also you talked about a 6% benefits increase. Why 6%? I'm just asking in relationship to the others.
Well, that's mainly health. That's mainly health estimate. That's mainly our health estimate. Our health estimate has been long-term 6%. It's been that for a while, and that seems to have worked for an average. You know, a couple of years, a year or so ago, we had zero increase in health, almost 1%, and then we've had, you know, years where it's, you know, 6%, 8%. This 10% we're looking at now is I think the highest that it's been since I've been here that I recall. I've been here 4 years, but that's just we think an average estimate, you know, moving forward, basically.
Okay.
Anybody else? Thank you.
Next is the wastewater fund. And that's on page 108 through 111 in the budget, proposed budget. The license and permits fees have decreased in '23 by about $156,000 compared to '22. That's due to a projected reduction in development COs in 2023 compared to '22. Intergovernmental revenue has decreased by 1.9, and the '22 budget, that 1.988 million was a budget for a FEMA grant for Lift Station 20 and 32 and Lofty Pines, and there's no FEMA grant revenue budgeted in '23. The charges for services increased by 5.5% compared to '23 budget. The personnel costs have increased by 5%. In 2023, we've got the COLA adjustment of 4%, and we've also got the 4% org study that's been mentioned. And we also had some change in department structure. The Director of Public Works and Utility position was split into the Director of Public Works and Director of Utilities, as you all know, and City Engineer. The Director of Public Works was moved out of the water wastewater departments into the stormwater, solid waste, fleet and facilities funds and departments. In addition, there was a retirement payout in '22 that was not in '23. And some of the long-term positions are vacant at a lower rate in 2023. So there's quite a few things going on that bring that down a little bit. And the operating costs have increased 10% due primarily to the addition of a raw water transmission line pigging and also wastewater plant admin hardening projects. And also increasing some credit card processing fees and lift station costs and sewer line repairs and maintenance. And for the capital cost, they've decreased by about $8 million in 2023, and that's due mainly to the wastewater lift station forced main project budget was in '22 of $2.6 million, is zero in '23, and also we've got the WWTP electrical upgrade system that was budgeted at $9.2 million in 23 and 4.1 in 9.2 million in 22 and 4.1 million in 23. So that's the main reason for that reduction in 23. And the debt service costs have increased because we're paying our full year of the estimated water wastewater SRF loan for the water plant. And for the assumptions in water wastewater, again, we've got our 6% increase per our ordinance out to 25. And then then in 26 through 28, there's no rate increase. And the expenditures are consistent with the other funds, 3.5% merit increase, 24 to 28, benefits 6%, and operating cost estimate of 2% per year. And also, we're showing the transfer out from the water sewer fund to the penny fund for their contribution to City Hall. And for some of the highlights overview, this is on page 108 through 111 of the budget document. The fund is well above the 25% in fiscal year 23. If you go to the very bottom, you see the yellow highlighted number of 13.3 million, and we're at 75% reserve, well over the 25% target. And then it is below 25% beginning in well, it's slightly under in 26, but it goes under in 27 and 28. And again, want to mention that 26 through 28, we are not showing any rate increases, and that's part of the reason the fund balance is going south. And again, this will be the same. We'll have our rate study performed in 24, and for the rates to be evaluated beginning in 25 and for the next 5-year time period. Are there any questions on the water wastewater?
Go ahead.
I don't know who to ask this question to, but so, I mean, you think like in our next rate study, there might be a chance to get it back down to a 4% normal increase since we've got some of the big stuff accomplished? I know that's kind of a guess, but.
Just jump over it.
Aren't you an engineer?
She said if the answer is no, don't bother coming up.
Well, right now, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner Russell Freeta, Director of Utilities and City Engineer. Right now, it's really difficult to say because as we see, costs are extraordinarily difficult to nail in. For some of our materials and the water plant, the increase over the past 9 months has been 400%.
Wow.
So for me to sit here and predict that it's going to level out or go down, I'm just not comfortable making that prediction right now.
So I'm going to piggyback on one of my fellow commissioners' comments. With the rate studies, I mean, sometimes over the years, I've got some history with this, I feel like the rate studies are done by an outsider just for credibility, to make it more politically feasible. How much is because you really need them to do it, because they've got the master algorithm set up of formulas in the system, and you can kind of put everything in it, and without it, you're kind of flying blind. I'm just kind of curious.
So the consultants that we have, and last time we used Stantec, and I believe we used the same person, not necessarily firm, but the same person for the last couple rate studies. They're intimately familiar with utilities and public works. So they understand how the CIP process goes more intimately than most people. It's not just a finance person. So we really rely on their expertise. We might be able to do some level in-house, but to say that we could do the level they do is it's just not an accurate statement.
Okay. No, I was just curious. I mean, because obviously, because I think there's a strong level of trust with the staff we have here. So I just don't want us to pay for something that, you know, to me, we don't need it for a trust bond. You know, I think we have some of that. So I just, you know, we want to pay for true expertise that really you guys need to be able to get a good sense of what the rate should be.
The cost of the studies for the expertise that we get, it's well worth it. And we do work very intimately with the consultant. So they're not just flying on their own. We have several meetings with them. We review their work. They ask us very good and pointed questions. And it's not just the engineers, it's also operations. To me, it's well worth the investment.
Okay. Thank you, Russell.
Don't go anywhere, Russell. Russell,
Yeah,
do you guys have questions?
I did.
As a just in case, I wasn't sure if you're.
No worries.
As I was going through all of this, how much money, tell us how much, because I'd like the public to know how much we have put into our water, wastewater, what we're trying to do with how much?
So I don't have the number for the total in front of me. For the water plant, the total for design and construction is north of 30 million. I believe it's like 31 and a half, somewhere right around there. That includes design, permitting, construction, et cetera. Obviously, we have other things going on at the plant right now, and thank God for our insurance company. They are phenomenal.
Wastewater?
Wastewater, we, just for the plant projects, we did not award the wastewater electrical bid. The estimate from our engineer was around $8.5 million when we bid it, or our number we put in was right around $10.5 million. When we bid it, it came in at $16 million. That's just what we're seeing across the board right now. We did award a $4.5 million project just for the lift station, electrical control panels, and communications. Every year, we're putting $500,000 into the lift stations just to rehab them. And we're piggybacking on the Pinellas contract, and that is expected to be about an 8 to 10 year process in order to get all of our lift stations up to where we feel they should be. We're also putting, I believe we upped the lining of the pipes and
Yeah, I saw that,
manholes.
$1 million a year.
It's around $1 million a year. And even still, we could quadruple that, and I would be dead before we're done. It's just the way that these sort of things work. And those are just some of the major projects. We have put millions and millions of dollars into our system.
Oh, no.
We have a lot of revenue, but it takes a lot to keep these things operating to the level that we expect. And I can't say enough for our staff. I think they do a fantastic job. They
Including
keep costs.
you.
Absolutely. So can we just say, I don't know, 40 million?
It's north of that.
Okay, 50.
It's probably north of that.
Okay,
as well.
60. Make a deal. Let's make a
I
deal.
mean, it depends on the time period you're talking about, but just since I've been here, we've put in over $40 million of investment into our systems.
And that's what we want our citizens to know. That we're putting tremendous things in water and wastewater.
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I think that it's important to note also that we have extra capacity in our water, wastewater.
Right.
We're not functioning just to be able to provide water, what our residents need every day. We have more than enough water for our residents and wastewater capacity as well.
This is correct.
And we're doing all this with an eye to the future, to stay,
correct.
to be stable,
Yes.
to be able to provide these really, and to provide stellar services.
And 30 years ago, 30 plus,
Yeah.
we were in crisis in both those
Yeah.
areas, and this was, I mean, it was bad. And nothing else is going to function well if those two things don't function well.
When we built did our rehab of our water plant, we intentionally built in additional capacity currently, as well as the ability to grow capacity. So we are good for my lifetime unless we go vertical to a level that I would not expect.
Oh, it's not gonna
I think we
Anybody
got that
else?
pretty well regulated, so
Yeah.
not going to happen.
Anybody else? I do remember, and I don't know, I don't think you were here, Russell. Paul, I think you were. Were you here when Jeff was our accountant guy?
Yeah, I was.
Well, I only bring that up because he did all our rate studies in-house. Said he could do it, and he did it. and the commission scrapped it after a couple of years of seeing where it didn't work. So I'm just saying we have kind of gone through this before. And it was done for cost-saving reasons, all the reasons why it's being talked about now, but it didn't work. So.
And I will say, from what I've seen, the trending has been pretty accurate to what the Stantec study was.
Okay, thank you.
I
You
guess
can go.
For now, right?
Okay, the next one is stormwater. We have charges for services increase of 2.1% in revenue over 23 over 22. Our personnel costs are 6.6% in fiscal year 23 over 22. That's mainly due to a position was hired at a lower rate, and the health allocation has been brought in line with closer to 22 actuals. And for operating costs, they're reduction of 4.6% in 23 compared to 22, mainly due to stormwater pipelining budget is 0 in fiscal year 23, and it was 400,000 in fiscal year 22. And this reduction is offset by an increase in gabion repairs of $230,000. And on the capital costs, we've increased by $576,000 in fiscal year 23 due to the stormwater fund now programming $200,000 a year in the pavement management program, and that's new in 23. It was not in 22. And also, we have Santa Barbara drainage improvements of $200,000, and Ranchwood Drive and South Hitching Post Lane water main replacements of $350,000 in 23. And for the assumptions in the stormwater, charges for services are 1.5% out to 25, and then 26 to 28, they're 0. We have expenditures, salaries of 3.5% from 24 to 28, merit increase, and benefits are 6%, and operating costs are 2% growth. And for the overview in the stormwater fund, the available fund balance at the end of 23, the far left column at the bottom is 21.6%. That's slightly below the target of 25%, and all years after that in the long-range plan. Out to 26 and 28, I want to mention that 26 to 28, we have no rate increases consistent with the water wastewater fund. And again, the plan is to do a study, as I mentioned before, in 24. And that concludes my comments on the stormwater fund. Any questions?
A study in 24, we're doing a study now.
No, I apologize. I apologize.
Or
Excuse me.
23.
In 23,
This
I'm
fall,
sorry.
right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's.
Yes, because you've got your stormwater master plan in there, and that's what the study is going to envelop.
That's
To
right.
do the new rate thing, okay.
Yeah,
I
I
was going to
apologize.
say, what did I miss?
No,
Okay,
that was my bad, yeah. The
Yes, sir.
stormwater, first quarter, October to December timeframe that will start this year. Yeah.
gotcha.
Thank you. So in your presentation here, we have $200,000 in there, and for the pavement, and we have bricks for 50. So we combine the issue of trying to put a street in and trying to put whatever water things we need to make that are going to be affected by this, and then we have a curb, I would guess, is my
Yep.
understanding. So is the breakdown as a percent, is it done as a percentage, and is this accurate? Can you just tell us how this works?
I'll answer that one.
Yeah. So, as we're going through, Paul Stanek, Public Works Director. As we were going through, and, this was a decision we made, and we made, with the commission as well, looking at our pavement management program and what needs to be done there. And it's more than just then pavement management. We're having to protect the pavement and do the under drains, and then also do the gutters along with it. So, and, it is just kind of a thumb in the wind number, but, figuring about 20% then of what that cost is that we're going to spend on pavement management then has to go back into the storm, or has to be then additionally provided by the stormwater program to provide those curbs and gutters, and also any under drains that we will need to protect the road so we get the longevity out of the road. So pavement management used to be just gas tax. Well, it's not just gas tax anymore. So we're having to look at the bigger picture and make sure that we include the things that are going to make that road last longer, and we're protecting our investment.
And that's the same then for the brick roads? The brick roads,
The
same
brick
concept.
road, and then,
So we'll gain more experience with that and understand how
Absolutely.
that works. Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you. Appreciate it.
You don't get to ask any questions about this fund, okay?
Okay, the next fund is Marina Fund. And miscellaneous revenues include slip renter revenue. That's 13% lower in 2023 compared to 22. And that's due to, in 22, we had estimated ARPA revenue in the Marina Fund of $94,700. As mentioned earlier, ARPA funds have been allocated to specific projects now, and when the budget was developed in 22, we were still working through the ARPA guidelines. So the budget for 23 at $555,000 in revenue is consistent with prior years. That difference is just mainly because we had budgeted that ARPA fund in 22. And personnel costs have increased by 10%, and that's due to the 4% COLA and the 4% org study that's been mentioned earlier, and also healthcare cost increase. And operating costs have increased by 9% in the Marina Fund, and that's due mainly to an increase in IT services allocation, communication service cost, and an increase in property and liability insurance estimates, or costs, excuse me. And for capital, we have an increase of $44,000 in 23 over 22, and that's due to the parking lot resurfacing project in 23 of $104,000. The 22 budget had included electrical panel work for $60,000, but there's more cost in 23. And for the assumptions in the fund, we've got a miscellaneous revenue of 4%, 4% growth from 24 to 28 in the Marina Fund currently, and that includes boat slip rentals, and that's most of the revenue stream. Transient boat rental slips, interest revenue, and also the Dunedin Fish Company lease are included in that. And for expenditures, we have salary merit increases of 3.5%, benefits of 6%, and operating cost increase of 2%. And then for the overview of the general long range plan, which is on pages 116 and 117 of the budget book, the Marina Fund has available fund balance over the 25% target in 23 to 25. If you look at the very bottom of the page of the yellow highlight, and then beginning in 26 to 28, we fall below the target, and you can see we're going negative in 26 through 28. The city's in the process now of having a rate study completed for the Marina Fund. The study is expected to begin early August next month, 2022. And as mentioned, this assumes the 4% increase in slip fees in 24 out to 28 timeframe. Are there any questions on the Marina Fund?
John, I'll just go right to you.
I would like to make a comment about the rate study. It's a lot of money for a rate study for a marina, and I don't think we need to do that. And I think
How much was it?
37.
100?
No, 37,000.
Oh,
37,000?
The rate study, and then also next subject would be $100,000 for.
Oh, that's a master plan.
Master plan.
For a marina, for a marina plan, so that's a bit much. So I just want to challenge everybody to try to do different than that, and do something different than that. We sent around a rate study that was local here, that had been done by Clearwater Beach less than 2 years ago. So I just need to make the comment because I've continued to talk about that.
And the master plan's in the general fund. Just wanted to mention that,
Yeah, that was about the rate study. And
Isn't the, Jennifer, isn't the Didn't we do a rate study in-house
On the
on the marina?
marina?
Yeah.
No, we need to do the rate study on the marina.
No, but didn't we,
2019?
Vince and I know, like, they brought something forward, and the commission at that time, it was said they did not like the rate study, and so we said, we'll do an outside rate study. There was also talk from the marina, because remember, we had the dredging and everything, and there was a lack of trust in how it was done.
That's correct.
And this is why we did this. So now we're saying not to do this? I mean,
Well,
I'm just saying that it was said that the way the study internally was done, I don't want to say too many things, y'all know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and so that rate
It
study was
was complained
deferred.
about, it was not trusted, it said it was done wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So we're hiring a professional, so I guess I don't,
That's correct. It was deferred in 2019, so we are behind at this point as far as the rate study goes. The direction was to go to market as far as, scope out a rate study, which we did. There's a lot of information that we have within that scope. It's a fairly comprehensive rate study. We shopped that out to a number of different entities, and really couldn't find anybody that did that type of specialized marina rate study. We did settle with Stantec again.
Stantec was one of the firms.
Right.
Moffitt Nichols was the other, and Rafferty Ellis is the one that was selected. We actually have a kickoff meeting with staff and finance. And
how do you feel about it, Jorge?
well,
I mean, I know you've worked with these people before, but how do you feel about them not necessarily specializing in marinas?
Well, actually, in the review process, they had quite a bit of experience on similar type studies, and they were also, in addition to the financial portion of it, part of their scope is to benchmark against other marinas in the area that offer the similar type services. And as was mentioned, there was an internal one done back in 2019 for multitude of reasons. It predates me, but my understanding was in combination with the dredge and COVID at the time, those rate increases were not implemented. And so we're fast forward, we're here now. As you can see from the fund overview that Les has presented, the fund balance is fine in the current years, but as you start to plug in additional capital projects, which is why we build up that fund balance to get us to that point, it goes negative. So the fund is no longer self-sustaining come 2026. So we know that the 4% that was programmed in isn't sufficient.
So you feel, so again,
So
how do you feel comfortable with
Well,
this?
given the amount of work the staff has currently got on their plate, I welcome this expertise and having them be able to augment and provide that expertise to us to get it implemented and then make a recommendation back to the commission.
And Jennifer, you feel comfortable?
I do.
And I'm going to tell us as commissioners, we have the information. The information is real simple. There was a great way of pricing before, the A and B pricing system, where we used square footage and we used the slip method. And as far as benchmarking, that's really easy to do. And if you want to benchmark to see if we're charging too much or too little, it doesn't matter. We're an enterprise fund, and we're supposed to end up with zero. And we always did the capital fund. The capital fund was separate out of this and was calculated in Part B. Real easy. I just want everybody to know it. So I'll leave it at that. And the amount of money for $37,000.
Do you want to talk, if I may?
Yeah, I wanted to bring it up. I did want to bring it up, so I said I would.
About what's in the scope, Jorge?
Yeah, actually, Paul might be, he actually helped me coordinate this with the different consultants, so he might be able to elaborate a little bit. But in addition to the financial aspect of it, looking at the operating expenditures, looking at what we currently charge for each slip, looking at the capital projects going forward, one of the things that we know that we're going to have to marry in In the past, my understanding is the rate has looked out for a 10-year cycle, and I don't really think that that's feasible. Every other rate study that we do looks at it like a 5-year horizon, and then we program accordingly. You know, just what's built in there right now is we've got fixed docks as we replace them. There's money programmed in 24, I believe, for Dock A. Well, that's for a fixed dock system. We've already heard input from the Marine Advisory Committee and others that they want to see floating docks. Well, that's a higher capital cost than what we've got programmed in there. You know, just from the bids that we got on the pram shed, it's pretty evident to me that we're not going to replace a harbor master's building for $1 million. So we know that we've got some capital costs that are going to increase. We know that our operating costs are going to increase. We have to look at what we charge for liveaboards and how we deal with electricity and utilities for those liveaboards. Those are all things that we need to wrap in and make sure that the fund is self-sustaining going forward. So aside from the financial aspect of it, we want them to help us look at the capital side to make sure that we've got enough in there to allow for what we're seeing as far as increased construction costs and the like. So it's a pretty comprehensive, aside from the benchmarking aspect, it's a pretty comprehensive scope. Paul, did I miss anything?
No, I think you hit it all, and like I said,
Excuse my mess.
so, you know, benchmarking against other marinas and looking at what we're going to be providing, what we should be providing to, you know, kind of stay competitive there as well. And specifically, as Jorge mentioned, with the Harbor Master building and, you know, the other capital projects that we're doing, they're going to be able to bring all of this in, and we're going to have a good look as to where we are and where we need to be. Also, part of the scope and fee of the analysis is they're going to be here in front of you, and you're going to get a chance to ask them some questions. So I think it's long overdue. And I think this group is going to do a great job for us, and I think it's going to be kind of eye-opening, and then we're going to be able to provide for our future marina and our future marina patrons going forward with a product that they're really going to like. So,
Is this the 37,000 or the 100,000?
this is the 37,000.
Okay, well, you know, go for it. I mean, really? I mean, I'm sorry, I just, you know, I have been hearing about the master plan, the 100,000, for a long time, so I would sort of like to wrap my head around that.
That's programmed in 23. We'll be doing an RFP.
Okay, you're going to be RFPing it in 23.
So if I'm not correct, I think we first spent money on ADOC in 2015. I think we spent up to $45,000 or something.
I think Vince's staff at the time, they helped replace some of the boards that were bad. We've replaced some pedestals.
No, that wasn't, that was out of from the capital side. So it's been a long time. Some of you have the one that was done by Clearwater. I sent that in 2020.
Oh, that's true. Moffett Nichols, yes.
The rate study?
Yeah.
Vince corrected me. The funds back in 2015, Commissioner Torn is correct. We had developed bid documents to actually redo Dock A, and that at one point there was a thought of sequencing that with the dredge work, and then that was separated, and that work was not done at the time.
If you ask the average person down at the marina about this 37,000 rate study, they'd shake their heads. So just challenging. So if this is an indication, then I'd just like to challenge you on a lot of rate studies. It's a lot of money that just tells you what you think you need to know. Benchmarking might be important. I'm not going to move because we're not benchmarked properly against electricity, but I'm surely not going to move because we're not benchmarked by the marina. If you're just benchmarking to see what it costs other places, most of us can tell you what it costs other places that are local here. This is our Dunedin Marina basically for the residents. That was the original concept. It could be changed a bit, but that's basically what it was. So that's a lot of money to find out what you think we should be charging, when the system before pretty much tells you what to charge. It just breaks down your operating expenses, charges it by dock, and then takes your capital expense and runs out 20 years or 30 if you want. And you make an estimate of what something's going to cost. So, all right, it's great. I needed to make the point, so I did. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So, I don't know about the rate study. I just, you guys know better than I do. Did we actually, did the commission actually direct an outside rate study? Or was it just, we just didn't implement the old one because it got controversial?
I'm pretty sure we directed it. Jennifer, didn't we direct this? Because I believe that Laney and Vince made a presentation about it to us.
Yes, we took the presentation to the Marine Advisory Committee. We had gotten all the information about all the repairs over the next 10 or 20 years. The study was actually complete. I believe we workshopped it with the City Commission. And then, again, COVID hit, and the dredge was going to happen, so it just got put on hold.
Okay, so it's very different to say it's put on
Well,
hold versus.
it was put on hold.
I need to find out specifically.
Yeah, I
what-
just want to be
I
clear.
think we need to because, and let me just say,
Yeah.
because I specifically remember the debate that went on up here about the disagreement about how the rate study was done and the changes that were being suggested.
Yes. I need to dig down. and
There
find
was a
exactly what it
debate.
was.
Now, whether there was, 5 people saying go do outside, I don't know, but there was a lot of expression, let's just put it that way, as well as the Marina Advisory Committee. So,
Yeah, because I
and it
mean,
might have been you all that, based on the discussion here and theirs, said to go out, but
yeah, because I mean, again, are we gaining some expertise we really need? Or are we responding to it getting put on hold? It's a little bit controversial, but we kind of know. We kind of know. We kind of know all the things that need to go in, and we kind of know the output that we need to get to the 10-year plan. So I don't want to pay if we don't need an expertise. Are they going to really provide us with, oh, yeah, you need a dock, and a dock is going to cost this much, or are we just giving them the numbers? They're putting it's spitting out the rates. What's the gain? So that's where I just want to be sure that, we don't need to spend money we don't need to spend. Russell gave a good reason why it adds value on the other stuff. I'm not sure what our motivation is here, right? I want to make sure I understand the motivation for doing it. If we all really kind of know, let's do it ourselves. Let's just put it into a spreadsheet and just like we do CRA, and here's our 10-year plan.
Our motivation is to put before the commission, essentially, a plan for the marina and all of the capital improvements within the marina and all the things that we have been needing to address for years in a very comprehensive, supportable manner. And this company does bring to us some expertise that we do not have. I mean, some of those capital improvements, they know the industry much better than we do. And what I'm concerned about is some of the estimates that they will make. We bid these projects, we add inflators on the capital projects, and still they come out more. They know much more than we do, that construction side of it as well. So they are bringing to bear some expertise that we don't have. And the other side of it is that, and it's all the things that you spoke about, Commissioner. It's a matter of, it is controversial. It is a matter of putting something before the commission that you have a third-party review objectively and say, this is what we need to do moving forward. This is how your marina will compare to other marinas in the future, because they are competitive. Marinas are competitive. Ours is for our residents. Are we producing the best product for our residents? Could we do a little bit better? Are there any other items that they would recommend that we do within our marina that we're not doing? And those types of things. So it really is more of an effort just to bring to the commission the best study report product that we can for our marina in the future. And then essentially to implement that plan and understand the rates that the slip renters are going to have to pay and make sure that this fund stays solvent in the future. So,
So this company actually brings that level of expertise to the project?
well, they do, they've done plenty of rate studies in the past.
But I mean, their level of marina understanding to know like what we're gonna need and
Yes,
how to cost those better than we do.
they do, yes.
Jennifer, can I just
I'd still like to know
also,
the history though. Yeah, that'd be great.
can I also just, and I with Commissioner Torga's conversation, you know, he's talking about it's been a long time formula. I think they're looking at that as well, right? There's several ways to charge slip rental, right? And so they'll be examining all of those different ways. I'm not saying that the way we do it is wrong in any way, shape, or form.
Correct, yeah, we're.
And nor am I advocating for anything else. But that was part of the original problem with the in-house. When they did go around and look to how other people did it, they tried to adapt it to us and everybody had a fit. So this company, right, will look at all of those different ways of, you know, whether it's by foot, whether it's A and B, whether it's this or that, whatever, and advise the best way to do that, right?
Yes,
And that's also been an ongoing problem for us.
yes.
Mix of slips. I don't
Say it
know.
again?
Mix of slips, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to make sure we're gaining the expertise we need versus, I mean, just responding to controversy, because let's, you know.
Oh, we go through controversy
Right,
every
I
day.
mean, if it's just the fact that people don't like it and we need to make a hard decision, let's do it. If we're gaining true expertise, I get that, I just want to make sure, because it'd be nice to know the history of this.
But sometimes I really think, and, you know, you have to balance, yes, are you throwing away money? But on the other hand, we can be too close to it. And I think sometimes if you have that third eye view, and you know that they have the expertise behind them, it gives you a comfort level that you don't have just saying, okay, go do it, to staff who is trying to administrate, you know, so I know it's a balance, but I do think that there are really good things by using expertise and being able to have that clear-eyed, non-autonomous view.
Yeah, Vice Mayor, I appreciate that comment. I was going to kind of piggyback on what Russell said earlier, and not specific to the Marina Fund or any other such, you know, from a previous life. I've always, professionally, we've looked at utilizing an outside firm that brings that level of expertise, they don't have a dog in the fight. They're strictly, this is what they do for business. They're going to look at it and give you an objective response. So typically, any enterprise fund, I've always appreciated having a firm that specializes in that type of work. And then just going back to the earlier conversation at the beginning of the meeting, you know, FTEs and the amount of work. I could look around at my colleagues, but I don't think anybody's got a lot of spare time on their hands these days. So we could potentially do this in-house, but it may take us 6 months to get to it because we've got so much work on our plate. So that if we can use these folks to augment our expertise and we can provide them that information and they can do all the background work and then come back to the commission and present that to you and respond to any comments and any concerns you might have. And we'll obviously do that review before it even comes to you. But just the amount of work that folks are currently dealing with and the ability to get to that on top of everything else they've got going,
And that's certainly not the only reason why you're suggesting that.
No,
That's just
I'm just
one
saying,
of a long
across the
list.
board, on an enterprise fund, typically you want to have an outside firm provide that.
He's panicking, he's like, you want me to do this too?
No.
I don't have time for that.
Anything else? Okay, thank you. Why don't we take a break?
Good idea.
More donuts.
Hey, hey, hey.
Ooh, you didn't know the donut.
I did not. hit that page twice.
Welcome back, everybody, to what I hope is the last portion of our budget work session.
We never.
I think we're on golf operations now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Personal, I don't know.
All right,
Hold it down over here, please.
the Golf Operations Fund
I thought we fired you.
is a new fund this year. I want to mention that we're still working through this budget, but I want to go over some highlights today, and I plan on going over it in more detail on August 16th, just up front. So just cover a few things quickly today. We're budgeting for a 3-month period in '23. We're budgeting from July 1st to September 30th, 2023. At this point for the club, that's what we're estimating. We're still working on the labor cost. We have the positions identified. I'm still working with the Director of Human Resources and Risk on the final numbers for those positions, and we're fine-tuning those. And also want to mention, maybe moving to the assumptions for a minute. We're estimating that we'll have about $700,000 that we will receive from the club on July 1st, 2023, when we take over the operations of the club. That's just an estimate. We think it's a reasonable conservative estimate, but that's the number we're using right now, in our projections. We've got charge for service estimates of 1% increase right now, and again, we're fine-tuning these numbers. Salary and benefits will be the 3.5% merit, consistent with other funds, as well as benefits and operating costs at this point. And the overview of the fund, real quick, just to point out a couple things. I mentioned, if you look under 23, again, this is a new fund starting this year. At the very top of 23, you can see the $700,000. That's basically a cash contribution from the club and that'll allow us working capital and funds moving forward. Also want to point out that we have a $2 million loan that's in here in our projection. We have a $2 million loan for the second half of the capital contribution from the city to do the improvements to the course, and that's shown in 2024. We show a $2 million loan coming in, and right now that's a 7-year loan. We're anticipating a shorter-term loan at this point. And again, that's really all the highlights we have right now. 24 to 28 are just full-year estimates. I just met with the course with Vince a couple of weeks ago and got their most current budget information for this year, and I'm using that to kind of refine our budget for 2023 and our forecast. Are there any questions on the golf course operation fund?
Go ahead. I always just give it to me. I mean, so how much are we actually, it's for? How much is the actual golf club renovation, rehabilitation? And so is this separate, another 2,000 loan, a 2 million loan? Or is it included?
Yeah, we have 2 million in this fund, then we got 2 million in ARPA. That totals the 4 million.
Okay, I
Yeah.
gotcha.
Yeah.
So in meeting with the board and the last presentation that we did to all of you, I think we gave you an update, is that we have the 2 million loan, the 2 million ARPA, and we want to restore to the spirit of Donald Ross. And everybody agreed to that, the board, us, and they have submitted for a $500,000 grant through the Donald Ross Association.
Is it a historic preservation?
Yes, yes, something like that. So in essence, we'll see how far we can get with that funding. The restoration that was, the estimate for the restoration that Mr. Jeniga had provided was 3.5 million for the full Donald Ross, but that didn't include the clubhouse or anything like that. So it's an ongoing review, if you will, and we're going to bring to you, the City Commission, exactly what we can do as far as the restoration goes in the spirit of Donald Ross, and hopefully we can fold in some improvements as well to the clubhouse.
When do you think that'll be?
So you have the timeline, Vince? Vince has been doing a super job working with the board. He really has. And our liaison is Commissioner Gao.
Okay, so we're going to give him a gold star?
Mayor, could you just repeat?
I just wanted to know when
the timeline is.
the timeline that you guys might be coming back to tell us what the real deal is.
Well, the first thing
Not
that's going
just
to
for the
happen is
budget, but
come back to the city commission with the budget. That still has to take place, and we have that listed for September.
right.
The award of the architectural services, we're looking at December 22nd. I have a review. I have an RFP that was put together between Laney Sheets and Bruce Worth in engineering. We have the food and beverage to still work out with the golf club. They're taking the first shot at updating or amending the existing license agreement, and that should be coming to the commission in January of '23 to begin in June of '23. All the operational contracts should be in place by June of '23. The award of the food and beverage RFP for when the city.
Yeah, I don't care. I'm just looking, when are we going to get to know the total price of the rehab? The architects you're getting, you said in December?
Well, part of the RFP is to get a cost estimate.
Right, but don't they have to do some work once they accept the RFP? How long will that take? Do you understand what I'm saying? Am I saying it right, or am I not
I
right?
get what you mean, yeah.
As far,
Is
yeah,
it
as
like
far as-
6 months for them to
Right.
figure out how much it's all going to be after we award the contract for architectural
After the
services?
design is complete, that's when, part of that RFP is to get a cost estimate.
Right, that's
So-
what I'm
so-
asking.
so
Do you know
it'll be-
when we'll get that?
It'll probably be an additional 6 months, and probably be about,
June?
June of.
Gotcha. That's what I was trying to get at. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to jump on you.
June
I-
2023?
Right,
Yeah.
and then construction would be awarded in January of '24 to begin in April of '24, and
Okay.
complete by November of '24.
Okay,
So that's a rough timeline.
thank you. Yes, sir.
And what's
Yes,
the
ma'am.
100-year anniversary?
2028.
2027?
7,
2027. Good.
27.
27?
2027.
27, okay. That's a big date, because we want to be really ready.
2027 is when their
Oh,
100-year anniversary.
2027. Well, I was just going to move it up
You
to
gonna take putting
June, whatever.
instructions, or what are you gonna?
We have a complete schedule.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to get a sense of, because Vice Mayor asked, when are we going to know what the real price is? So that's what I was trying to get.
The good news is I recently did a hole-by-hole inspection of the course, and the,
She was looking for her ball.
that's right, it's always in the trees. Or in the sand. But
There are so many things I could say to that. I am just not
Yeah,
gonna.
yeah. That's why Quick said something.
Yeah. But the board has really invested, some capital, if you will, with the permission of the city into the course. It's looking good. So they're going to get some rounds when we get back into season.
Good. Very good. Anything? Yes, sir.
So I could have said she was looking for her pencil with the eraser on it.
Yeah,
That's another
yeah,
story. So just a couple quick questions if I can. So if I recall, now, there was like an architectural gentleman who gave some serious input to this. I don't know how, in what depth that was. Was that significant? Spence. Spence. Was that significant as far as detail?
It was actually a very good
I thought so.
analysis, and he was hired by the club via a grant that they received from the Donald Ross Foundation, I think it was. And so we have to go to RFP for the golf course architect. In working with the club actually owns that, engineered that report now. And so we would definitely fold that into the RFP so that whomever is the successful proposer gets all of that information. We don't have to completely redesign it.
So to answer, if that helps you, Mayor, that should really speed this along.
It will help a
would
lot.
seem a
Yeah.
lot. Also, I guess the concept is to take whatever the monies that we have, that 4 or 4.5, and do the best that we can do with it, regardless of concept-wise. Now,
Yes.
just do the most that we can do for Donald Ross course, I guess.
Correct.
The $2 million is going to be 7 years. Is that an inner?
Right now, I've got it as a long-term bank loan, but we're going to evaluate the market, and what we might do is we might change that to an internal loan for a year or two if we think we can get a better rate later.
What's the internal? Just for 3 years, correct?
Bingo, no more than 3 years.
Yeah, 3 years, okay.
So we might wait 3 years and then do a short-term loan when interest rates go down. Yeah.
So the intent here is, of course, that we'd put $2 million in from ARPA, $500,000 if we get the grant, and $2 million is a loan that goes into helping us complete the golf course. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to make that very clear because there's people that need to know that breakdown like that. The $700,000, you said it's about, you probably know pretty much that is a good number. So
Yeah,
just,
with where their current cash position is, it's a good number. This won't happen
Sure.
until July 23.
No, I got it. Thank you.
But we think it's reasonable.
Yeah, good, thank
And
you.
out of that 700, we're holding on right now in our account, capital projects, 250,000.
Thank you.
That's-
So that was the money that had to be paid to us for capital work
Yes.
on the course, so.
Right on time with it.
And where is that in here?
It's part of the 700,000.
Oh, it's part of the 700,000. Okay. Okay, well, so then 700,000 is the number. Okay, thank you.
Well, and pending on the year, and they've done some improvements, they've upped their maintenance game, and
Okay.
they're expecting to have a really good season.
And when we do the transition, this coming really soon, right?
We're working on the transition now, but it'll actually go into full effect next June.
June of 2023.
June of '23.
And the
So,
general manager will be hired much prior to
Okay.
October, November.
okay. Between now and then, everything is working as it normally works.
Yes.
Normally works.
And they, as our consultant, Richard Singer, told them they needed to do, was up their maintenance game, make the course as playable as possible, make it desirable for people to come and play, and they've done that. They've increased their maintenance budget, and I'm hearing good things.
So after that, in the next June or July of 23 is when we'll either have something else worked out, or we're going out for an RFP for the food service.
Right.
Okay.
Right now, we're working with them. amending the agreement, the existing agreement, for the club to, and this is still a proposal that we're going to be reviewing. They're putting a proposal on the table to us to show what the food and beverage would look like if they ran it until the renovations were complete.
Okay.
Once the renovations were complete, would give us an advantage. Of course, we'll be better
24.
to try to get, a really good food and beverage contractor in.
Sweet. And who's on the board, who will the board be then through 23 or perhaps even into 24?
Well, they'll continue with the same board. If someone's term is up, then they'll replace that person. So they'll continue with the same board through the food and beverage license agreement.
Thank you. I was just asking questions that I thought we probably should have, so, thank you.
Anybody? Oh, Commissioner?
Well, I don't really have any questions, but I did want to make a comment about this. When I was going through the budget book, I looked and I thought, oh my gosh, one more thing we're taking on. We have so much, right? But I'm really proud of the commission, proud of the staff. It's a heavy lift for staff, city manager, Vince, all of you, Les too. It's a heavy lift. But again, we can't develop that property. We wouldn't want to develop that property. We can't maintain that level of kind of a property. It needs to be a successful golf course. It's got a long history. So I'm proud of it, but it's a heavy lift. And, but so far so good in terms of, I'm proud of the golf club too and their board in terms of trying to like really work together to provide a really good transition. But it's a lot, but I'll tell you, it's going to be great. I just wrote down 2027 anniversary. I mean, I see the vision and we're going to really be proud. We are going to be proud at the party to celebrate what we've done and saved. And I think the whole community will be. I really do. And when you really talk to people who are like, well, why are you guys spending this kind of money from ARPA on a golf club? Well, when you really sit down and tell them about it and they understand it, they're like, yeah, it makes sense. It is a community asset. So, but it is one more thing, right? You look and you're like, oh my gosh, we do so much. And the taxpayers do so much. But it's important, and the other options are just not acceptable. This is going to be something we're proud of. So thank you for the work you're doing, because it's a lot
Well,
on top of everything else you have to do. So
Thank you.
it's a 100-year asset.
you bet. You bet.
That was a presentation by a scratch putter.
I'm going to have to do better. I got 3 good brothers that were golfers.
Thank you, Vince.
But, I get better.
Fleet?
Okay, Fleet Fund, the highlights. Charges for services in the Fleet Fund are 11.6% more in 23 over 22 budget. And that's for scheduled vehicle replacements, increase in personnel costs and operating costs and fuel in the Fleet Fund. Miscellaneous revenue increased by $205,000 due mainly to $250,000 reimbursement by the county in 2023 budget for the purchase of a new paramedic vehicle for Station 60. The county will be paying for all that vehicle. Personnel costs have increased 12.3% in 23, and that's due to the COLA of 4% and the organizational review of 4%. And also as well as we had some increase with allocations of the Director of Public Works that was mentioned earlier. Capital costs have increased in fiscal year 23 compared to 22. And that's mainly due to the fact that fleet replacements are just more in 23. The fleet replacements are $929,000 in 23 compared to 22. The cost is $388,000. For the Fleet Fund assumptions, charge for services are at 1%, 24 to 28. I mentioned the vehicle for the EMS being purchased for $250,000, the revenue being reimbursed by the county, and salaries are 3.5% merit every year in 24 to 28, and benefits 6%, and operating costs 2%. And for the overview, I just want to mention, this is on pages 120, 121 in the proposed budget book, that the fleet available fund balance at the end of 23 is about $6.6 million, and that basically is to cover the accumulation of funds that are to be used towards replacing city vehicles in the fleet replacement plan, and then it continues throughout the model. Are there any questions on the fleet fund?
Questions?
No? None that haven't been asked.
Okay, Facilities Fund. Charges for services for this ISF fund are increasing 17.7% over 22 to cover the cost increases in the facility fund in 23 of 185 and 265 increase due to reduction. Part of the reason for this change is in 22, we used, for the internal service funds, if we have a savings in the prior year and the fund balance is growing, we apply that to the next year to reduce the cost in the following year. We talked about that some last year. So in 22, we used $535,000 of fund balance, and in 23, we were able to use $350,000. So we were able to use fund balance in 23, but it was a little less than it was in the prior year. And personnel costs increased by 9.2%. And that's due to the 5% COLA and org study review we've discussed, and also some of the splits in the Director of Public Works position. Operating costs has a minimal increase of 1.2% in 23 compared to 22. And facility fund assumptions, salary and benefits are 3.5%, same as the other funds, and benefits 6%, and operating is 2%. And the charges in the fund are based on estimated expenses every year. And then for the overview, it's on page 122 and 123 of the budget document. And the facilities fund available reserve at the end of 23 is projected to be 28.5%. And we try to keep these at 25% area. That's what we kind of look for in these internal service funds. And it's going to be at 28.5, and the fund balance projection is over 25% throughout the model. Are there any questions on the facilities fund?
Can you just in one sentence or two sentences remind me how this is allocated? How it's funded?
It's funded, it's allocated to departments, and it's based on square footage.
Square footage.
And it's got mainly custodial costs and then also maintenance costs throughout the city.
Square footage, regardless of the building, the square footage of every square foot that's within that building can be used.
That's right. It's calculated by building exactly in department.
Thank you.
Right.
How many square feet do we have?
Any idea on that one?
That's a good question.
Ashley may have that.
Next question while I do this.
Well, we're probably going to see that in our presentation of how the cost allocation is, right?
Yes.
Square footage, so.
123.
Well done.
110,000.
410,000.
410,000.
You had a question?
I just said, if you could, when we do look at the square footage or of how the rates have changed, could you just prepare to tell us how our custodial strategy is working? Or not?
Sure.
Okay. I'm waiting for Phyllis to look at me, but she's not.
Okay. Risk fund?
Risk fund? Charges for services have increased by 14% in 2023 over 22 due to the addition of the allocation to departments is more in 23 due to the increase in the operating cost of $415,000 over 22 budget. Personnel costs in 2023 are 12.5% more than current year. This is due to the COLA mentioned before and the organizational study review amounts, and also healthcare cost increases. The operating budget is increased by 20%, and that's really the premiums and the cost for the self-insurance portion of it. The premiums are $394,000 more in 23 than 22 in the proposed budget. And the assumptions for the risk fund, the budgets are based on estimated expenses. The salaries, again, 24 to 28, 3.5% merit. Benefits 6%, and we do have operating cost at 4% increase in the risk fund. And for the overview on page 124 and 125 in the budget document, the risk safety fund is projected to have an available fund balance at the end of 23 of $3,976 million, just under $4 million. And that's kind of been our target the last couple of years, trying to keep it right at or under $4 million. And we've got that same amount projected out to 28. I want to mention we are still working with the Director of HR and Risk at fine-tuning the risk fund budget and allocation to departments for the property insurance. Any questions on the risk fund?
Questions? Nope.
The health fund. Charge for services and allocations to departments in '23 are 10% more than '22 budget. It's due to the increase in healthcare costs that we mentioned earlier. We are still working with HR and department and risk and also the consultants to fine-tune the health numbers too. But right now, we're at 10%, as we mentioned earlier. Personnel costs in '23 are 7.3% more than budget in '22, and this is due to the COLA increase in the org study that's been mentioned earlier. Operating costs in '23 are 10% more than '22. This is due to the increase, one of the main reasons is the increase in the reinsurance stop-loss premium. That's increased by $197,000 from '23 to '22, so that was a large increase. And for the assumptions, the budgets are based on estimated expenses. Again, the merit increases in salaries are 3.5%, benefits 6%, and operating costs are 7% estimate in the health fund. And for the overview, the health fund at the end of '23 is projected to have a available fund balance of $785,000, and that's over our minimum reserve level of 60 days. So that's good news. The reserve amount is close to the same each year in the outer years. I do want to mention that we were slightly under the reserve goal at the end of '21, and we were under by about 150,000. And we've been monitoring the budget very closely in '22, and the estimated expenditures in the fund right now for claims in '22 are trending under budget, and we're expecting that the expenses will be less than budget in this fund by more than $320,000 in '22. And with that, assuming that assumption is correct, we expect that to resolve the reserve shortfall that we had last year. So that's good news. As an example, claims paid through July 20th, I looked at this a couple days ago, were 1.8 million, and the budget for the year is 3.8. So we're trending under budget. Things can change every month in that fund, but right now it looks like we're going to be under budget and be able to shore up that small shortfall we had last year. Are there any questions in the health fund?
Questions? Reserve shortfall of last year?
Yeah, at the end of our year last year, in our final
You're
actual
talking
numbers, 21, yeah, 9/30/21.
How do we go back, Phil, 2 years ago or a year and a half ago?
What's that now?
I mean, if we're short, but you're saying if we were short back there, but if you look at where we're starting, projected to start 2023, we're not short.
Yeah, we're not short because the 22 estimate in the budget book is showing that our expenses are under the original budget.
They're down.
Yeah, they're under.
I
yeah.
see.
Yeah. Good question. Yeah, but we're just showing that in '22, the estimate of expenses is quite a bit lower than budget for '22. It's like the estimate's 4.3 million and the budget was
Okay.
5.2.
Gotcha. Okay, IT services?
Okay, IT services, charges for services in 2023 are increased by 7% more than '22 budget to cover increased costs in the fund. Personnel costs are 1.5% less in '23 than '22. This is due to an employee leaving and being replaced at a lower rate. But the bigger issue is the health cost, the actual health cost in '22 in that department are trending much lower than budget, so we've adjusted '23's allocation to that department to be more in line with actuals. And operating costs in '23 are 19% more than budget, and that's mainly due to the addition of the cost of the recruitment retention software of $32,000 and the budget and planning software cost of $55,000 for '23, and the GIS software of $35,000, and an annual support of $64,000. So those are the main drivers of the increase in that fund. And capital decreased by 25%, mostly due to in 2022 had a dedicated fiber cabling project for New City Hall that 23 did not have. So, and for the assumptions, the salary and benefits, again, the 3.5% merit, 24 to 28, benefits 6%, and operating costs 2%. And this is on page 128 through 31 in the budget document, the IT fund. The available fund balance at the end of 23 is projected at 28.7, and it stays that throughout the model. And again, we try to keep those at about 25%. Any questions on the IT services fund?
I don't have any questions, but again, a couple of the reasons it's increasing is because we replaced modules that we thought Tyler would do.
Yes.
So when are we going to talk about that, though? August. August. Michael can't wait, right, Michael? Thank you.
Next is commission direction.
Skip over that.
You all would love that if we had no direction.
So I did make a list of the things that we were giving direction, and then let me just review that list, and then give everybody a chance to say what they might want to say. So, certainly correct me if I'm wrong, anybody. All right. Yep, Vince already checked on the Weaver grant requirement. We did meet it, and we did have $1 million for the seawall in the budget for a number of years, and we took it out. It kept floating, and we took it out because of the recession. When we do the study on the seawall, whatever we're doing, we'll have them take a look at living shoreline as one of the options. Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. You're going to bring back a chart showing both FTE and VOD separately and together, August budget workshop, and include pre-recession high numbers. Make sense?
Yes.
You'll come back with more historical data on salaries that we compared to for the 4% increase recommendation. What were others giving prior to this year versus us? With the comp class study and benefits, can we use housing vouchers? That was a question. Again, August workshop, bring back EV savings and source, especially gas, net savings from electric vehicles that we currently have. Correct? And you can just take my list if you want it.
Sure.
And Ashley's writing everything down too, so. And we typically rewatch these meetings, so. Not all day.
That's okay. I feel so bad for you. Is that with or without an alcoholic beverage?
That's worse than losing your golf ball.
Wow.
Again,
wanted a
all
sympathy
this is
factor.
coming back to us in August. Staff is going to provide a per building number for recreation buildings.
What's that?
Recreation buildings, how many,
Yeah, their staff, the staff allocation for the different facilities.
also in August, somebody's going to provide how much we're saving on the Pinehurst lease for next year, and, you know, did it help us at all? Les is going to bring back a less conservative number for general fund long-range plan, just to see what that looks like. Nobody's holding you to it. And you all are going to talk about whatever you're going to talk about when it comes to all that. You guys are going to talk about, I do have August written here, but I'm surprised I wrote August. You guys were going to talk about the pickleball, the time frame difference. Do we need to have public meetings first and all of that? Or can we just make a call if it is the better option to move it? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
But are you saying we won't hear anything else about it again until August 16th?
Well, it's July 22nd,
Oh,
so we're only
well,
talking
I
a
did
couple of
sort of
weeks.
forget, you know, I've been in.
It's a couple of
here
weeks.
so long.
It's a couple of weeks.
forgot
It's
which
not that
year
big of a
it
deal.
was.
It's 3 weeks.
Been here all day, right?
Yeah,
I thought it was 23 already.
Stay in touch with the pickleball players.
yeah. Also in August, you're gonna bring back the square footage charges, especially for the brand-new city hall, and a reporter update on the custodial strategy we implemented last year.
Do you like that custodial strategy?
That's what I have.
I had to, like, just making sure in the organizational study that we're covering, I think John added one, but I said 50%, 75%, and 90%.
Yeah, I didn't write that down.
What were those percentages?
50%, 75%, and 90%.
Big John added one at 25.
25%.
Yeah, John added 25.
Did I miss anything from anybody?
That was good.
Good.
Yeah.
That's impressive, really.
It is, that's a list.
Okay.
You're hired. You just, yeah.
Right from the last one.
I've got an
we
open
had five.
position. Budget analyst. I can tell.
I would be very good at that. Okay, Vice Mayor, do you have any comments or closing remarks or, I don't know, anything?
You know,
Anything you want to bring forward?
I always like to, I mean, I tend to think bigger, but then I'm not really great with all these millions of numbers. So I like to figure out some real strong things that are going through all these sessions. And I was absolutely blown away when Russell said that the cost of development has gone up 400%. Didn't you say that?
Some have been 400%.
The materials.
Some of them, not everything.
But, okay, but whatever. I mean, okay, I didn't get it exactly right, but that is amazing.
Just to clarify, that's for operational materials, for certain operational materials.
Okay,
Some have
but,
gone up 50%, some is 100. The most drastic was over 400. It was about 430, I believe, %. You remember, Les?
Yeah, I remember it was huge.
It was a huge number. I know Les was shocked. I wasn't happy, but it's
well, I mean,
where we live.
it just underscores the economic climate that we're working in. I mean, so,
Yep.
And for that one, I mean, I think I want to give a little credit to my operational staff is because of that increase, we slid in with a budget transfer to pre-purchase about 2 years' worth of that to not
To
get hit by
alleviate.
it was
Right
only, I
on.
think, 250% instead of 430.
oh my gosh.
And I hate to say the word only, but when you're comparing 430%, it's,
What was the value of that?
so that particular item, not to get in the weeds too much, it's a consumable, like a little cartridge type filter. It's a protected measure for our RO system. We change them out every few weeks. It's basically a consumable. So as you can imagine, when a consumable increases in cost that much, it does have an impact on our operational
What's
budget.
the value of that per year cost?
Each of those cartridge filters, I believe, are around $10 each. We use hundreds per week. So it becomes a significant.
Impressive.
Thank goodness
So-
we have an accountant here who can tell us what that equals.
So I guess my final comments is that, I mean, I guess that really brought it home. I mean, we keep talking about costs, product costs, unavailability of products. But, I mean, that's stark. And then I'm sort of like, and I don't want to be a downer. I'm never a downer, but it worries me. It worries me, the cost of what some of these big projects and how much they're really going to end up being. And then, again, thank God, we have City Hall, done. So we can all, and then we put in all this money. We put in a lot of money to our, really backbone services, the things that form the backbone of our services to our citizens, water, wastewater, but roads. But I don't know, it's very worrisome.
We are seeing those cost increases across the board. Roads is asphalt and asphalt to petroleum products, so,
Go with brick.
I mean.
There's a brick factory.
And there's other issues with that too. I mean, Bruce
I
is
know,
dealing with that right now.
Russell, you were doing good.
No, we need to make some brick.
Okay, thank you all.
That was quick.
Yeah, thank you all. It's always very enlightening to me. I learn so much, and I learn also so much about how hard you work and what you do, and it's amazing, really, when I look at all these, everything you do. So thank you very much.
Commissioner?
Yeah, actually, just to piggyback on the Debbie Downer. This was a very, I thought, a stressful day. When we have to talk about inflationary pressures and supply chain issues and things of that nature, and making sure we're getting it right. And she just brought up the 400%, and so I should have asked this question at the time. I'll ask it now, just on a general basis. When it comes to fleet replacement, what is the impact of inflation in vehicle prices and things of that nature on? And I know this is a closing comment, so just a brief. Do we have anything? I should have asked it during fleet, and I didn't, so my apologies.
Excuse me. Yeah, no worries there. Yeah, it is actually something that we've considered. We have Scott Caterson, our fleet superintendent, back here in the audience with us. And you may know Scott from our finance department, and he is a guru with the computer and with Excel. So he's actually working on a full fleet plan and fleet replacement plan, but with those different types of escalators in there, and doing annual, we'll see what the vehicle is, but true ups on those. So to make sure when we go to replace that piece of fleet equipment, we've actually taken into consideration all those changes and the increases over the years, so we have enough money available to actually purchase that piece of equipment.
And do we have, within the life of the vehicles, and I know it probably depends on the use of it, are we able to extend that life? We should replace it this year, but because of inflation or whatever, we can get 2 or 3 more years out of that vehicle, or do we kind of hold true? You can defer them?
Yeah, no, as Jorge said, we defer on a regular basis. And as they come up for that year 10, I'll just say 10 years, they all are different, but there's a lot of them that come in around 10, that we do look at those and see if they are needing replacement. We look at what their maintenance record has been over that 10 years. Or if, in the beginning of year 9, we replaced a transmission, or we put some big piece of expensive equipment in it that it doesn't make sense now to get rid of it. And then, yeah, we will defer the purchase of that equipment as needed, as what makes sense.
Very good, thank you. And thank you all. I know it's closing comments, and so I apologize for that.
That's okay.
But other than that, no, I thought it was a very healthy day. A lot of serious conversation that just makes the budget that much stronger at the end. So I thought it was a good day in that regard, just healthy conversation.
Commissioner?
Well, I wrote down like 5 takeaways. One is, I think that in this budget, the most important thing we're doing is attempting to prioritize our most valuable asset, which is the employees, by, having our cost of living and then putting a placeholder in there for what we know will be some market things that we're going to find out from the organizational study. I think it's really important. We have great employees. I think they've always been the backbone of what we do. Without them, doesn't matter what we have. And we want to keep good people here and provide a great workplace. So I think that's number one takeaway. CRA is tight, right? So I think, again, your discussions with the county are going to be important. So we're very proactive to make sure we don't get any surprises there. So I think that's really an important takeaway. You know, I don't see a lot of stuff in here to cut, you know, so that's what, you know, kind of worries me. But my biggest thing, again, is the creativity piece. Like I wrote in here, ARPA is flexible usage but strict deadlines versus crazy labor and construction cost markets, so timing. You know, so more money to general fund to relieve the deadline issue and maybe get to better building market. I don't know if there's, you know, I just think there's something maybe there, maybe not. Again, Jennifer, you said it. It's not like we got a bunch of stuff that can be pushed off. So it's a challenge, no matter what. Just trying to think about how to get out of the box a little bit. Deborah, you said it, but, you know, again, when I think of infrastructure around the country, we have taken care of a lot of our infrastructure and continue to make very, very important investments, and that's really important because it is the backbone. And then last but not least, Les and Ashley. Just the tag team, because what you didn't know, she was like, oh, hey, this is it, this is the answer. And then, of course, Jennifer, you and your staff always did a great job. And it's a hard, and you know, by the time you get in here, people don't realize out in the public, like how much, like, you kind of, before you even read it, you know the book. Because we've talked about so much of it, and we've gone into so many rabbit holes on a lot of it. But again, it's a really well-done document, and it just helps bring it all together in a way that's really easy to discuss, so thank you.
You can tell she was a city manager.
It's more fun to be up here, though, than down there, guys. I'm just going to say. Even though we can go into crazy land, as you know. So.
Commissioner Torner.
Thank you. Well, as I said in the very beginning, you guys have really put together a fine package. And by the way, I just want to point out that he actually knew the answer. He just wanted Ashley to be able to play a role in this. But
that is so not true.
Ashley,
you don't get to pick the guy.
Ashley knew all the stuff he was talking about. So talk about a double team up here.
They're a double team.
That was a compliment. Let me
Mo
see.
and I know Ashley's best traits.
100%. Yeah.
So I would like to say two main things about the meeting today. Number one, I think we ought to.
Sorry, Jeff.
No problem.
Sorry, I'm off on the joking around thing now. My apologies.
Not at all.
I'm sorry, John.
Not at all. Not at all. Where was I?
Yeah, right.
Now I have to start all over again.
Saying how great we are.
So I think I pointed out my position on almost like zero basing things that we're working on and things that we've done in the past in an effort to save money where we can save money. And if we're not sure or in doubt about that, I think you guys can talk to some pretty strong commissioners and or residents that have answers to some of that stuff. So there's a lot of answers out there. For example, we have a marina. We have roughly 180 people in that marina. I can get you perfect information because there's only 180. So probably all will give you some input. But nevertheless, they're all willing to help. And I did that because I'm very concerned about the times that are coming along. And I really hope I'm wrong so that you can all say I'm wrong, and I'll be delighted to be wrong about that. We all know some of the statistics. I mentioned just a few of them before. But the ones that really are frightening are the current inflation. And that's just not here. This goes all over the place. We have people, I have acquaintances from when I was in Europe that are going to be cold this winter. They really are. And there's people in Germany that are going to be cold this spring unless something really breaks on this. But that's going to affect all of us. That will affect all of us. So, and then we have all of the issues about what's going on in the world today. That's just the environment that we're in. And so I bring that up again just to let you know that if we need to push something out, let's start looking at some of the things that we can push out, and if they're whole projects, we can say, fine, the residents want that, but we have to put our big boy and girl clothes on up here and make sure, that we're sustainable and that we're within the requirements, particularly if we ever needed to borrow monies, et cetera, going down the road. Second of all, in the same concert with that, and I mentioned it just very slightly, but our federal government has a huge debt, and they really did a lot of spending, and together with other things that have caused an inflation. And that inflation will sit with us for a while. That just doesn't go away. It's just the reality of this inflation, in my personal opinion. And then second of all, we have other causes that are sort of pushing us into what's called a recession. And that could even include taxes, governmental taxes, both starting way at the top and then just continuation of current taxes where people just can't afford it. Neither is acceptable, especially for those who we don't know who they are, and they can be at all levels of income. Just because they live in a big house or a medium-sized house, or it doesn't matter what size house they live in, they can be hurting or not hurting. So before I talked about, for example, another example, this would require us even to push things out further, and that would be a tax rollback, of which I will continue to support, given the opportunity. And this is one of the few things that this commission can provide our residents under the circumstances. And I had talked with the Twitty group over at the Property Appraisers, and just want to reiterate that he has come back to me and has said the $340,000 could save that owner $155 because we're at a 12.8 increase, which equals $1.8 million. Of course, if we didn't collect that, and I heard some of the things that were said about that before, but that puts money into hands of people that may need it. If it doesn't, you get into the velocity of money, and people will go out and spend it perhaps. The velocity of money then means more people get more money and they spend more money. So, but that can lead to inflation as well. So I just want to say on the tax relief, if not now, when would you ever do it? And then second of all, I want to conclude by saying, let's really stay flexible, if I may, and I'll talk to all of us too about that. Stay flexible if we need to, and I hope I'm wrong, and I hope we don't need to, but if we do, let's jump on it in time so that we don't I'm kidding, we're not going to start buildings, but start a building and then not just let it set. So we don't want to start something with a big project. So we pointed out some of those that we thought, or at least I did, that we thought maybe we have to change. Not a popular subject, but I'm going to leave it at that and just say, let's just keep very much aware of that, and every penny you save is worth something to somebody. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Also, thank you, Ashley and Les and Jennifer. But I also want to thank all of our department heads and directors and the different folks that are here today, because everybody's put a lot into the budget. And I just want to make sure that everybody understands that we value your opinions and why you make the recommendations that you do. Just because we question it, sometimes we just need to understand a little bit more, but it doesn't mean we don't respect your opinion. I can certainly say that I do. And so thank you very much. I'm sure all of my colleagues feel the same way. Les, thank you for sending us the rollback information that you did as late as yesterday. I think what it said is somebody with the Save Our Homes would only be paying $25 more a year. Is that what I saw?
Yeah, the calculation basically was
No.
the average assessed, taxable assessed value for all of our residents, according to the county assessor's office, is $175,801 is the average assessed value. If you use that in the calculation, if we were to stay at our current millage rate, all the residents that are under Save Our Homes would pay about $25.44 more in '23.
Per year.
Per year.
So $2 more a month, essentially.
Yeah, $2.12 per month, yeah.
Okay. I think we all are very concerned about the budget and what's happening, which is kind of why we've asked for you to come back and kind of show us the, usually we just totally accept your conservative numbers, you know, for all the right reasons. But I think one of the reasons we asked you to come back and give us a more real look is to understand what we're seeing as of today. I think just as in COVID, our city manager acted when it all happened and just stopped everything when she needed to do that. I don't think we're in a determination mode yet. I think it has to be watched very closely, as all of the commission have said. Just I'm sure you all get your emails from the governor. Just got the governor's email a little bit ago that says our unemployment is at 2.8%, which is a pretty low amount, and that it's been that way for months and months and months. And that it's running, our unemployment here in Florida is running lower than the national average. So that's good news. It doesn't tell you everything. It's one little piece. And I think that's what's been, I want to say it the right way, frustrating is there's no one thing telling us exactly what's going to happen. We all are money people, okay? And we all watch this stuff. And we all have our little telltale signs in different ways. And we don't have something that is pointing the direct way on everything. You know, it's going to matter whether the feds keep raising the interest rates. I mean, the whole thing. So I do think we have to be careful. I think Jennifer, you and Les and Ashley and everybody else are going to keep watching this. I don't want to make any rash decisions until we get a better sense of what's happening. I certainly understand why somebody might want to do a rollback rate. But even if we move out, I don't know how many projects and operational things, we still need to be able to support our own services. And given that we don't know what's happening out there, I'm not prepared to make that decision. And I'm just putting it out there right now. Not for $2 a month for our Save Our Homes. And we're forecasting 60% of the people here have Save Our Homes. So, now, things might change. I never say never. But I do think the important part of this budget is that we are absolutely looking at not only what's happening to our residents, but what's happening to our employees. And it's not just our employees this year. Let's face it. Since, what was it, March 17th of 2020, when the world went ballistic with COVID, our employees have been
staunch.
Yeah, but they've been through hell. They have been through hell and back. And they've been the face of our entire city with other people who've been through hell and back and looking to them for guidance and assistance and help. we are in 22 talking about the 23 budget. These people deserve more than a 2% raise. They deserve to be acknowledged. They deserve to have some money to help them pay for the cost of living increases, especially the fact that they stuck with us. And, you know, I think that's really important. And until I know what that number is, I'm not touching our tax rate because I want to make sure they get what they deserve. After what they've done for the organization and the community on a whole. And I'm sure people that are listening, you know, might think I'm crazy, but when you operate constantly responding and putting out fires versus planning and creating, and that's what these last 3 years have been for our people. There's nothing more stressful than that work environment. Nothing. You never get caught up. You never feel good. You get a win and it's a slight win and then you get the next thing. So for me, I just feel like we you know, owe the organization something. I trust you guys. I know you're going to take all of our feedback and you're going to come back and, you know, you may tell us we're all screwed. You know, you may tell us we're wrong in how we think, and here's why, and that's okay. That's okay. That's why you're there. Jennifer, thank you so much for all you've done. Thank you very much for being with us today from our city clerk's office. You did. And we are out an hour and a half early.
Whoa.
Wonderful.
So, have a good weekend, everybody.
Director